Chapter 35. Gide felt the strange gazes from the other three souls. He could not help but cough dryly and pull Chiyu. Chiyu glanced at him and said, "Don't you think so?" We were almost done for this time. Gide's gaze swept across the surrounding passengers. He could see a sense of relief from their bodies. Most of them were sighing in admiration. Although they were not as exaggerated as Chiyu, they all had expressions of relief on their faces. He shook his head helplessly and said, "All right, Sherbo, let's go." The heavenly soul came to Chiyu's side and looked at his hair, which was even more exaggerated than his own. He said in a low voice, "Brother, thanks for this." Chiyu was stunned. "Thanks. For what?" The heavenly soul smiled and said, "At that time, only you, me, and the plant soul did not faint. I saw everything that happened. Although I don't know how you did it, it's true that you saved the entire plane. Now, I'm even more confident in this mission." Back then, he had clearly seen Chiyu's body flickering with purple lightning. Although the enormous lightning energy had suppressed him to the point where he could not move, it had not affected his observation of his surroundings. In Tianhuan's eyes, Chiyu's strength was unimaginable. To think that he could actually fight against the heavens. This was no longer something that could be explained by humans. If he was not one of the higher-ups of the yellow flame soul and had a strong will, he would have treated Chiyu as a monster. Chiyu did not know that he had become a heaven-rank expert in the eyes of the heavenly soul. The four of them left the airport and got into a taxi. Chiyu heard the heavenly soul say a few words in the sun language that he did not understand at all. The taxi was already driving along the highway into the city. "Jida, do all of you know the sun language?" Chiyu asked curiously. Jida scratched his head and said, "I can understand a little, but it's difficult to speak. My English, German, and French are better. It's a pity that my language talent is a bit lacking." Big brother Tianhun, on the other hand, was amazing. He knew 16 languages and was definitely a genius among geniuses. "Then I'm the dumbest of the dumbest." Chiyu thought to himself. Back when he was in school, he had advocated that if he hadn't even learned the culture of the Yanhuang Republic that spanned over 5,000 years, how could he learn a foreign language that was similar to bird language? Therefore, apart from knowing a few simple letters, it could be said that he knew nothing about foreign languages. It was his first time coming to a foreign country. Naturally, he would look like an alien. Tianhun turned around and said, "Don't praise me anymore. You're making me feel ashamed in front of Brother Chiyu." Chiyu chuckled and said, "Big brother, don't be so modest. Where are we going?" Tianhun gave Chiyu a look. He smiled and said, "You'll know when we get there." Chiyu's heart skipped a beat. Only now did he remember that the Sun Nation wasn't here for fun, but for an important mission. He nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He looked out the window. The Sun Nation was a small island nation and couldn't be compared to the Yanhuang Republic at all. When the taxi drove into the city, looking at the narrow streets, Chiyu couldn't help but pout. However, he had to admit that the people of the Sun Nation, whom he hated the most, had a good sense of order. Although the streets were narrow, there were few traffic jams along the way. The Sun Nation was a small island nation and couldn't be compared to the Yanhuang Republic at all. When the four of them got out of the taxi, a tall building appeared in front of Chiyu. It was about 40 to 50 stories tall and had a simple and bright appearance. There were people constantly going in and out of the main door, and they all seemed to be very busy. The computer soul said, "The pace of life in the Sun Nation is much faster than in our country. This is our destination." Chiyu asked in a low voice, "Is that professor here?" The computer soul smiled and said, "Of course not. Of course not. Our mission isn't that simple. First, we need to find a place to stay and investigate everything clearly before we can start our operation. This is an office building and our people are inside. Brother Chiyu, from now on, we have to be extra careful when we talk. Don't call each other names." The Sky Soul's voice suddenly changed from solemn to frivolous. Let's go. Let's go up. Not only did his tone change, even his vocal cords had completely changed. If it wasn't for the fact that Chiyu had been with them the whole time, it would be very hard for him to believe that these two completely different voices were actually coming from the same mouth. Bursting into the office building, Chiyu couldn't help but have a feeling that there was too much for his eyes to take in. His eyes searched everywhere. After leaving the Yanhuan Republic, his easygoing personality allowed him to quickly recover from the unhappiness at Qingbei University. His ruffian personality was once again revealed, and his eyes searched everywhere for beautiful women, preparing to gorge himself on ice cream. However, he was soon disappointed. From the moment they entered the office building until they took the elevator to the 33rd floor, they saw more than 100 people along the way, but not even 1/10 of them were women. Most of them were old and yellow, or ugly dinosaur-level women. He couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. After getting off the elevator, Chiyu couldn't help but grumble. Don't tell me there aren't any beautiful women in the Sun Nation? Getting off the elevator, Chiyu couldn't help but grumble. There were only two types of women in the Sun Nation. Generally speaking, the more serious ones stayed at home. The Sun Nation only has two types of women. Generally speaking, the more serious women stay at home. The men are responsible for working to support their wives. As for the other type, those who showed their faces in public, they could be measured in terms of money. The other type, which is those who show their faces in public, can be measured by money. The fat on the Sky Soul's face twitched, and he said disdainfully, "There's no need to be so vague. They're just prostitutes. To put it nicely, they're called AV girls. Everyone on Earth knows this. AV girls. I've heard that there's some kind of support group or something like that." Chiyu fell into deep thought and said, "Then if I F***CK them, does that count as bringing glory to our country?" The four souls' bodies stiffened at the same time. The Sky Soul's face showed a hint of awkwardness. The plant soul frowned, and Ji secretly gave Chiyu the middle finger. Meanwhile, the computer soul's face, which had become radiant because of the fat on his body, suddenly became even more radiant. He grabbed Chiyu's hand and said, "Brother, great minds really think alike." Chiyu chuckled and pulled his hand back. He said, "Brother, I didn't come down from the back mountain. However, if there's a chance, we can go and take a look together." The two perverted fellows couldn't help but laugh lewdly. The Sky Soul coughed. "Sure, let's talk inside." As he spoke, he pointed at a room and pressed a few numbers on the electronic door. The door opened, and the five of them filed in. Inside was a spacious office that was about 100 square meters. In a place like the capital of the Sun Nation, every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. It was already not a small office. As soon as the five of them entered, two people immediately came up to greet them. Both of them were men who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. They were wearing well-ironed suits. They were dressed in standard white-collar attire. The Sky Soul nodded at them and extended his right hand. One of the men took out a small device that looked like a PDA. The Sky Soul pressed his finger on it. At the same time, he took the device from the other man and put it on his eye. Fingerprint verification. Iris verification. "Welcome, Captain Sky Soul." The young man on the right smiled and put the device away. He nodded at the five of them. The Sky Soul said, "Is this a good place?" The young man on the right said, "No problem. We've installed special devices here. Even satellite scans can be simulated and filtered. Don't worry. We've already received the notice yesterday. Let's go inside first." While the Sky Soul was talking to the other party, Chiyu couldn't help but look around the office. There were 8 desks in the office, and there were 6 computer screens on each desk. There was a string of Sun language on the wall of the office. He couldn't understand it. It probably meant something like a company or something. The screens weren't written in Sun language. They were written in English, which was used internationally. The strings of complicated numbers were a headache to look at. It felt like a small high-tech company. Chi-Yu and the other 4 were led by the 2 young men into the room. As soon as they entered, the Kirin thundercloud force in Chi-Yu's body stirred slightly. He could clearly sense that there was an inexplicable energy fluctuation in the room. When he sensed it carefully, he could sense that the energy fluctuation wasn't threatening. It was just moving irregularly inside the walls. It was constantly changing. This is more convenient. Captain Sky Soul, my code name is Sunslayer. This is my colleague, Sunslayer. If you need anything, we'll do our best to help. The young man on the right introduced. The room inside was a large office. There was a large leather chair behind the boss's desk and a row of sofas in front of the desk. Under Sunslayer's signal, everyone sat down on the sofa. Sky Soul's voice became low again as he said, Sunslayer, is there any news from Professor Guanping? Sunslayer frowned slightly and said, recently we've been trying to contact Professor Guanping, but the Sun Nation's secret forces are monitoring him too closely. In order not to alert them, we can only give up. From the looks of it now, Professor Guanping is already in a very dangerous situation. If it wasn't for the fact that there are still a few difficult points in his research that haven't been solved, I'm afraid the Sun Nation would have already made a move on him. Sky Soul nodded and said, Professor Guanping is one of us. He has a quick mind, so I think he won't be in danger for the time being. Give me an electronic map of the Research Institute's vicinity, as well as a copy of the surveillance cameras. We'll study it carefully before carrying out the investigation. We mustn't make a move unless we're 80% sure. Sunslayer said, I've already prepared all that. I believe that with your strength, it won't be difficult to get rid of those people monitoring him. What's more troublesome now is from the sky. Sky Soul was shocked and said, You're saying that the Sun Nation's government actually mobilized satellites? Sunslayer nodded, and Sunnihilator said, There's at least a 90% chance that there's satellite surveillance, and there's more than one. They're all the latest products of the Sun Nation, so it'll be very difficult to disrupt their frequency bands. If you guys are targeted by the satellite, not only will you not be able to rescue Professor Guanping, but you'll also be in trouble. The Sun Nation still has some special experts. Jita snorted and said, Those little Sun Nation people are really cautious. Sunslayer smiled and said, It's no wonder they're so cautious. After all, the results of Professor Guanping's research are not only very important to our country, but they'll also be a great boost to the development of the entire human race. It can be said that obtaining all of this technology is enough to make a country powerful in a few years or decades. Furthermore, according to the latest news we've received, even the United States has sent agents here. Therefore, we won't be dealing with just one wave of enemies this time. There are still other unknown enemies, and we can't imagine how powerful they are. Sunnihilator said, Tianhun, I think you guys need to seek support. Tianhun shook his head and raised his right hand to touch the silver earring on his ear. He thought for a while and said, There's no need for that at the moment, and we don't have enough time. Since the situation is so tense, we have to pick up the pace of our operation. I think we can complete this mission. Computer Soul, you have to get to work. Computer Soul looked at Chi-Yu helplessly and said, Brother, for the sake of our country, we can only use the situation of the mission this time. Chi-Yu couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Computer Soul's comical expression. He said, Go on with your work. Business is more important. Brother Slayer, can you arrange a place for us to stay first? Sunslayer looked at Chi-Yu curiously, and his eyes flickered. Captain Tianhun, according to our information, you seem to have 4 people on this trip. Tianhun saw the doubt in his eyes and said, This is the helper we've invited, and he's very important for this mission. You can check with the boss. We didn't inform you in advance because we were pressed for time. Sunnihilator gave Sunnihilator a look, and Sunnihilator immediately walked out of the room to investigate Chi-Yu's information. Sunnihilator said apologetically, I'm sorry, Captain Tianhun. Although I trust you completely for Tianhun smiled and said, "There's no need to explain. I understand. If it were me, I would have done the same." Computer Soul stretched out his chubby hands and said, "Is the thing I want ready?" Sun Annihilator nodded and walked to the back of the boss's desk. He pressed the surface of the desk gently, and a dent appeared in the middle of the desk. Immediately after, a metal compartment appeared in front of everyone. As the compartment rose, a computer that didn't look very big was revealed. "It's all prepared according to your request. The network is directly connected to our country's Divine Continent Number 9 satellite through a special channel. You can connect to any place in the world. You can also do what you need directly through the satellite." Upon seeing the computer, Fatso's expression became as excited as when he had talked to Chiyu about the AV girls from the Sun Nation. He couldn't wait to take the computer out of the hidden compartment and sat behind the boss's desk without any hesitation. The moment he turned on the computer, his expression became focused. Feeling the tense atmosphere in the room, Chiyu couldn't help but feel a little bored. He sat alone on the sofa. Perhaps sensing the change in his mood, Tianhun turned back and smiled at him. "Brother, don't be anxious. We'll naturally have a place to go later." Chiyu smiled and said, "It's fine. You guys get back to work first. I'm fine." Even if he was a ruffian, he knew the principle of patriotism. After hearing about the importance of Professor Guan Ping from Soul Annihilator, although he was a little bored now, he definitely wouldn't interfere with the other party's work. Computer Soul looked up at them and said with a smile, "Now is the time for me to be busy. When the real operation starts, I'll have to rely on you guys. Damn, it's really troublesome to have satellite surveillance. If only I could become invisible, then I wouldn't have to waste my brain cells to crack their satellites." Chiyu had just stood up from the sofa. When he heard what Computer Soul said, an idea flashed in his mind, and he blurted out, "I have a way to become invisible." As soon as he said that, he instantly became the focus of the room. Computer Soul looked at him in shock, but the expressions of Heavenly Soul and Plant Soul did not change. Jida's expression was the most interesting. He opened his mouth wide and said, "No way, Master. You can even become invisible? Simple invisibility won't work. Satellite scanning can directly scan any trace of life. It includes monitoring through heat, breathing, and many other aspects. It doesn't mean that you can't see anything on the surface." Chiyu chuckled and did not reply. His right hand brushed across his chest, and his body made a half-turn. A layer of faint dark red light floated out, and at the same time he turned around, a layer of faint red light floated out. When he turned around, it completely enveloped his body. Everyone then saw that Chiyu's body was completely wrapped in a dark red ancient cloak. A formless bloody aura and an indescribable sense of oppression floated out from this cloak and spread throughout the entire room. If they were not in the venue, they would not be ordinary people. The bloody aura was probably too much for them to bear. "Appear!" As Chiyu shouted in a low voice, the aura that had suddenly appeared disappeared into thin air. At the same time, Chiyu's body also disappeared. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared into thin air. He didn't leave any traces behind. Light flashed in Heavenly Soul's eyes, and a white halo was released from his body. The halo seemed to have a life of its own and started to circle in the room. It was like a cruise missile that was searching for its target as it spun rapidly in the room. Heavenly Soul's expression gradually changed. He was shocked to discover that his usually successful exploration halo couldn't find any traces of Chiyu. He couldn't even find a trace of his aura. This was something that had never happened before. Chiyu was indeed invisible. As one of Kirin's octatic treasures, Kirin's invisibility was ranked last on Kirin's octatic treasures. However, its ability definitely couldn't be ignored. Xie Ji had once told Chiyu that Kirin's invisibility could not only hide its body, but it could also hide all of Kirin's aura. This naturally included its life aura and heat energy. In fact, Kirin's octatic treasures had always been a mystery to Kirin's octatic treasures. This was because the energy it possessed was too strange, especially its sorrowful aura. There were very few Kirin that could use Kirin's octadic treasures. Furthermore, there wasn't a single Kirin or Kirin's octadic treasures that could conceal all of its energy. Therefore, its power had always been a mystery. Invisibility. The first was to use invisibility. Chi Yu also felt that it was very magical. When he looked down, his body had already disappeared. Kirin's invisibility wasn't like Kirin's red, which required a lot of his thundercloud force and could only last for a very short few seconds. When his thundercloud force was injected into Kirin's invisibility, he immediately felt as if his body was wrapped in a thin layer of energy. Although the thundercloud force was also gradually consumed, the consumption rate was very slow. It was just that all of the thundercloud force was completely locked by Kirin's invisibility. Chi knew that as long as his thundercloud force didn't do anything else, before the thundercloud force was completely consumed, he could continue to maintain his current appearance without being discovered by anyone. This is amazing, Master. How did you do it? Ji looked a little excited as he stared at the position where Chi Yu stood before and exclaimed. There was a flash of light, and the dark red cloak disappeared without a trace. Chi Yu reappeared in front of everyone. This is the secret of the Guardian of the East. However, I think my invisibility ability should be able to evade the surveillance of satellites. I don't have much ability, so if this ability can be of any help to you, feel free to tell me. Tianhun looked deeply at Chi Yu and said, I believe you can do it. My exploration halo has an ability similar to satellite positioning. It can also find the aura of life, and my spiritual power has already locked onto you. However, I still couldn't find your position after you went invisible. This is really amazing. It seems like it was the right choice to invite Brother Qi along this time. Mieyang looked at Chi Yu in a daze. He still couldn't believe that everything that had just happened was real. He rubbed his eyes and said, Oh my God! So you're actually from the Guardian of the East. No wonder Captain Tianhun was so fearless. Tianhun said, Since we have a way to deal with satellite surveillance, it will be much easier for us to act. Mieyang walked over to Computer Soul, retrieved the electronic map that Tianhun had asked for, and explained it to Computer Soul in detail. Tianhun walked over to Chi Yu's side and patted him on the shoulder. There was a look of admiration in his eyes. Chi Yu enjoyed this feeling. In the past, he had often been ignored, but today he had become the focus of everyone's attention. Although he knew that his ability was far from being strong enough, at least he was already useful. He was no longer the good-for-nothing ruffian he used to be. Sannihilator walked in from outside and nodded at Tianhun. Sannihilator smiled and said, Brother Qi has already proven his ability to us just now. Let me see. You guys can stay here for the next few days. In order to rescue Dr. Guanping, I will have to inconvenience you guys. Qi Yu asked curiously, There are so many desks outside. Aren't there any staff? Sannihilator said, Of course there are, but they are all our people. We have been running this company for almost 10 years. You guys better not leave easily. Tianhun smiled and said, No, not only do we have to go out. Moreover, we have to appear outside often before the operation. Although this company of yours has been running for a long time, I believe that you have a solid foundation here. However, this was a critical period if the Sun Nation government was cautious enough. I think their surveillance range will expand to every corner of the capital. If we don't appear outside after coming in, it will not be good. It will not be good if we arouse suspicion. Computer Soul, stay here. We will find a hotel outside to stay. Contact us directly through the Shenzhou No. 9 satellite. Before the operation begins, we will try not to come here again. Computer Soul, transfer the information here to the computer and meet us directly at the hotel. Computer Soul chuckled and said, Boss is really thoughtful. After all, we're entering the country as tourists. All right, let's do that. You guys go first. Inform me of the location later. As he spoke, he gave Chi-Yu a warm smile. Annihilator frowned and said, "Is this appropriate? Captain Tianhun, your safety is very important." Tianhun stopped him from continuing. He touched his colorful hair and smiled. "It's good to be cautious, but it's easy to make mistakes if you're overly cautious. Don't worry, this isn't our first time on a mission. I know what I'm doing. Annihilator, after we leave, transfer the information here as soon as possible. Wait for my notice. Once the mission is completed, you guys will immediately leave this place. Do you understand?" Annihilator said seriously, "Yes, Captain Tianhun." Tianhun picked up his simple luggage and said, "All right, then we will leave first. Yan Huang prospers, the soul of Juzhou." When they left the office building and returned to the streets of the Sun Nation, Chi-Yu couldn't help but laugh. How exciting! I didn't expect that I would also have a taste of being a special agent. Jida said, "Is it very enjoyable?" "I don't think so. Master, what other tricks do you have?" "No matter what, I'm your only disciple. Why don't you pass it on to me as well?" Looking at Jida's fawning smile, Chi-Yu snapped, "Didn't I introduce your grandmaster to you?" Jida said, "But I want to learn the technique that allowed me to completely hide my aura. If I learn it, it will be much easier to carry out missions in the future." Chi-Yu was stunned at first. Then he couldn't help but laugh. "So you want to learn the invisibility technique? That's easy." "Easy? Hurry up and teach me then." Jida was instantly excited when he heard this. Even the heavenly soul and plant soul turned their attention to Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu chuckled and said, "Of course it's easy. In the future, if you recite the word invisibility 10,000 times a day for 20 years, you will probably achieve some small success." The smile on Jida's face froze. 20 years. "Master, how old are you this year?" Chi-Yu snorted and said, "I am a genius. Can you compare to me?" Jida looked at Chi-Yu in a daze. After a long time he said, "Master, I realize that you are really stupid." "Damn, you are only stupid." Chi-Yu wanted to knock Jida's head, but he immediately dispelled the idea because of Jida's extraordinary height. He said resentfully, "You are so impolite. You want to learn the invisibility technique with your height?" Jida laughed bitterly. "Master, don't play with me. Are you going to teach me or not?" Chi-Yu said, "Teach? Of course I will teach you. Didn't I already tell you the cultivation method?" Jida stared at Chi-Yu. "Master, what about you? Do you think the invisibility technique is something that anyone can learn? Do you know what it means to be a genius? Have you heard of being gifted? I, your master, am one of them. Only a handsome, confident, tall, mighty, and elegant young man like me can learn it. You are still far from it." Tianhun, who was at the side, laughed. The plant soul pretended to vomit, but its big, watery eyes were also full of laughter. "Damn, master, you are so disgusting." Chi-Yu magically took out a plastic bag from his pocket and handed it to Jida. "Go vomit at the side. No one is stopping you." Jida looked up and sighed. "Oh my God, let me find a piece of tofu and kill myself." Tianhun laughed and said, "All right, stop fooling around. Brother Chi, to be honest, if you are really willing to teach me the invisibility technique, I think I can promise you everything you want on behalf of the country." He naturally knew how valuable the invisibility technique, especially one that could completely hide one's aura, was. Although he knew that the possibility of this secret technique being taught to outsiders was very small, he could not help but voice his thoughts. Chi-Yu knew that he could not go too far with his joke, so he said seriously, "If I can really teach you, I will not be stingy. You might not believe me, but I have always relied on the country's subsidies to survive. If I can repay the country in any way, I am naturally willing to do it. Unfortunately, this invisibility technique can only be practiced by myself. Simply put, it is indeed a matter of talent. I think that, as members of the Yellow Flame Soul, you should know that many of the abilities of the Eastern Guardians are innate. For example, I know an Eastern Guardian who has the spiritual power storm. Perhaps her ability is somewhat similar to Brother Tianhuan's. He had seen Tianhun use his ability several times. Although Qi Yu could not accurately grasp what his ability was, he could vaguely feel that the ability he used should be closely related to spiritual power. Of course, Shen Yan's spiritual power storm was obviously not comparable to Tianhuan's, but at least from the manifestation of the ability, it should be of the same origin. Tianhun was stunned for a moment, then sighed and said, I also thought of this possibility. Yes, regardless of whether it is the ancient Eastern Guardians or us postnatal mutants, they are all related to talent. I have also heard that the inheritance of the Eastern Guardians is not as simple as talent. Even bloodline inheritance is very important. What a pity! If the Eastern Guardians were willing to help our country, like Brother Qi, I think our Yanhuang Republic would definitely become more powerful. Unfortunately, the inheritance of this bloodline is too difficult. It is hard to imagine how to pass on your ability. Qi Yu laughed and said, It is not that there is no way. If I can have 100 beautiful women to be my wives, maybe one of them will have my ability in the future. Chapter 36. Gosh, are you really going to give me 100 beauties? Qi Yu stared at the Sky Soul with his eyes wide open. The Sky Soul smiled and said, If you can prove that your suggestion is effective, I think the country will fulfill your wish. It's fine to sacrifice something for the country. Besides, I'm sure there are many beauties who would love to be your wife, Brothers Qi. Qi Yu's eyes lit up. Is that so? All right. I'll find a way to prove it to you when we get back. Although he knew that the inheritance of Kirin's bloodline was not that simple, he could not help but feel excited when he thought about the possibility of getting 100 beauties. The four of them chatted as they walked. Due to Qi Yu's jokes, the atmosphere was very relaxed. Even the plant soul, who could not speak, would smile faintly from time to time. They walked along the street. As they were walking, they suddenly heard some noise in front of them. The four of them looked forward and saw a figure quickly running in their direction. There were 3 or 4 people chasing after him with all their might. Although they were empty-handed, they could see sharp weapons hanging from their waists as they ran. No way! Are they going to kill people on the street? Seeing this scene, Qi Yu could not help but become excited. In the past, he had also chased people on the streets like this. However, he had always used a brick as a weapon and rarely used a blade. Bricks had always been Qi Yu's favorite. Just like what he told Vol. First of all, bricks were not controlled. Secondly, bricks were more destructive than swords to a certain extent. Thirdly, bricks were not only a close-range weapon, but they could also be used as long-range weapons. He fully demonstrated this advantage when he was fighting against Yan Xiaoyi. Lastly, and most importantly, bricks were cheap and could even be found by the roadside. They were very suitable to be used as weapons at any time. They were definitely the best choice for fighting. Therefore, when Qi Yu saw the chase, he could not help but feel excited and wanted to rush forward. Unfortunately, the streets of the Sun Nation were very clean, so it was not easy to find a brick. Moreover, he did not know these people. This plan only flashed through his mind for a moment before disappearing. Qi Yu was surprised to see the person running in front of him getting closer. This person with long black hair was actually a woman. Her running posture was extremely agile, obviously not something an ordinary person could do. There was no sign of panic on her face. Instead, there was a hint of coldness in her eyes. As he ran, the corner of his mouth revealed a cruel glint. Ever since he inherited Kirin's bloodline, Qi Yu had become very sensitive to auras. As soon as he saw this girl, he could sense an aura that far surpassed that of ordinary people. This kind of aura made people feel uncomfortable, and it was most suitable to describe it as bone-chilling cold. The girl running in front was wearing a tight-fitting leather jacket that outlined her perfect curves. The twin peaks on her chest rose and fell as she ran. However, the range was not large. It was obvious that she was very firm. It gave people the feeling that they wanted to use their hands to grab breasts. The girl in black quickly approached Chi Yu's group of 4. Her eyes first swept past Chi Yu's face. Although it was just a quick glance, Chi Yu was surprised to find that the girl's eyes were blue, unlike the black of Asians. However, her cold appearance and black hair were clearly Asians' characteristics. Mixed blood. She was actually a mixed blood beauty. Chi Yu always had a preference for special beauties, just like how he had fantasized about Su Qing and Xinyan. Once he found out that the girl in black was mixed blood, his interest was instantly piqued. The hero's desire to save the beauty rose. There were 4 people chasing from behind, dressed in the standard triad attire of black suits, white shirts, and black sunglasses. All of them ran at an extremely fast speed, and they had already caught up to the black-clothed woman the moment she passed by Chi Yu. Chi Yu intentionally or unintentionally stretched his left leg to the side. He whistled and stopped as if nothing had happened. The man in black running at the front was about to be tripped by his leg. At this moment, Chi Yu heard the man in black shouting, "Bigyalo!" His body actually bounced up from the ground, and with the momentum of his forward charge, he kicked at Chi Yu's head. Chi Yu did not expect his opponent to react so quickly. In terms of fighting skills, he was very weak. However, he had a lot of fighting experience. When he saw the man in black jumping up, he immediately squatted down. He felt a gust of wind blow past his head, and his standing hair was obviously blown to the side by the wind. What a strong leg! Chi Yu knew that he had hit an iron plate. When he was hesitating about whether to use Kirin's ability, a low shout was heard. With a loud bang, the body of the man in black flew out, collided with his 3 companions, and rolled on the ground. "Master, don't dirty your hands. Let me do it." Ji-de took a casual step and came to Chi Yu's side. When facing Chi Yu, he was approachable, but when facing an enemy, the invisible, domineering aura on him could not help but rise. His tall and burly figure was like an eagle catching chicks in front of the 4 people of the sun who were less than 7 meters tall. They were not proportional at all. The 4 men in black looked at each other and growled at the same time. A cold light flashed, and each of them pulled out a samurai short sword from the waist of their clothes. As soon as they saw the sharp weapons, the pedestrians on the street immediately moved away, and most of them looked panicked. Meanwhile, the woman who had run away earlier had stopped and turned to look at Chi Yu. Chi Yu quickly put on a smile that he thought was handsome and elegant. He said in a dignified manner, chasing a beauty on the street, "You guys are not good people. Immoral, destroy them." When he said this, he forgot that this was the Sun Nation. It seemed that no one could understand his Yanhuang language. Without Chi Yu saying anything, Jida had already gone up to meet them. Even if it were 4 pistols, he would not care. He kept his hands at his waist, and his legs sprang up like a phantom, for muffled grunts sounded almost at the same time, and the bodies of the 4 men in black were kicked out at the same time. Without looking, Chi Yu knew that these 4 people would not be able to live without lying in the hospital for a while. He had tested Jida's leg, strength himself, against these people from the small Sun Nation. Even if he held back, he would not go easy on them. A few broken bones was already considered light. Tianhun growled, "Let's go. Don't be a busybody." Jida hurriedly agreed. He respected this Tianhun team leader very much. When he thought of the mission, he could not help but blame himself for being too rash. A dog catching a mouse. The leather-clad beauty snorted coldly. She actually spoke in the standard Yanhuang language. Her beautiful figure shuttled through the crowd, leaving only a faint black shadow behind. "Brothers Chi, it's time to go, lest the Sun Nation's police come looking for trouble." Tianhuan's tone was somewhat reproachful. Clearly, he was blaming Chi Yu for being a busybody. Chi Yu shrugged helplessly and followed. However, the mixed-blood beauty with cold eyes had left a deep impression in his heart. The 4 of them passed through the streets and alleys. Very quickly, they left the previous place. Tianhun seemed to be very familiar with the capital of the Sun Nation. He quickly led the three of them through a few streets and arrived at a medium-sized hotel. Let's stay here for now. Brothers Chi, the internal power of the Sun Nation is very chaotic, and killing is not uncommon. We have our own things to do. It's better not to get involved in such things in the future. Especially don't show your strength in front of ordinary people. Chi-Yu touched the hair on his head and said awkwardly, I'm sorry. I'll be careful next time. The plant soul gestured towards Chi-Yu with a smile on its face. Of course. It was mockery. Chi-Yu turned to Jida and asked, what does her gesture mean? Jida snickered and said, pervert. The three of them booked 3 rooms. Plant Soul had a room for himself. Chi-Yu and Jida in one, and Tian-Han and Computer Soul, who had yet to arrive, shared a room. Everyone, let's take a rest first. We've been on the plane for a long time and experienced the lightning storm. I think you must be tired. How about this? I'll treat you to Sun Nation cuisine in an hour, Tian-Han said to the 3 of them with a smile. Chi-Yu rubbed his stomach. He did not eat much on the plane because he was afraid of heights. He also drank a lot the night before and did not eat much. Now his stomach was already empty. He quickly said, why don't we go eat now? What do you think? Jida said, I don't care. It's up to you. Plant Soul also gave a casual smile. Tian-Han said, all right then. We'll go after we put down our luggage. Brother Chi, what do you want to eat? Women are very popular here. Chi-Yu stuck out his tongue and said, forget it. Although I like beautiful women, to be honest, I'm still very traditional. I'm especially not interested in the women of the Sun Nation. I'm afraid none of the women here are clean. It's not good if they get dirty outside. As long as I can eat my fill, I'm fine with anything. Jida gave Chi-Yu a thumbs up and said, Master, I support you. I also hate people from the Sun Nation. Chi-Yu snapped, what support? If you want to support me, go to Back Mountain. Master, you're so perverted. Thanks for the compliment. Don't you know? In my dictionary, the word lewd is a compliment. Damn. Master, you're so stupid. Stupid my ass. If you don't like it, let's fight. Chi-Yu looked at Jida provocatively. Jida was instantly discouraged. Forget it, I'll endure it. Chi-Yu chuckled and said, that's my good disciple. All right, let's go and put down your luggage, so we can eat. Tian-Han looked deeply at Chi-Yu and said before he left, Brothers Chi, I've realized that you're really suitable to join us, because you don't need to disguise yourself or pretend to be anyone for missions. Just be yourself. After saying that, he and the smiling plant soul went back to their rooms to put down their luggage. Chi-Yu looked at Jida and said, what did he mean? Jida smiled and said nothing. Did you see what he looked like? Big brother Tian-Han made himself look like this to cover up his righteous appearance. He said, you don't need to disguise yourself. What he means is simple. You don't look like a good person and don't need to pretend anymore. I am a decent person. Do you believe it yourself? Go to hell. If it wasn't for Ming Ming, I'd kick you out. Master, I'm so scared. F***CK you don't want to eat? Humph. Be careful that I don't knock you out tonight. Then I'll take off your clothes and hang you on the flagpole outside with 4 words written on it. What 4 words? Jida asked curiously. Chrysanthemum blooming. After a few minutes, the 4 of them gathered in the lobby of the hotel. Tian-Han saw that Jida's expression was a little ugly and could not help but look at him with a questioning gaze. Jida looked at the smug Chi-Yu and said, Let's go, big brother Tian-Han. Let's go eat. Tian-Han looked at Chi-Yu's ruffian face and smiled kindly. All right, I asked the waiter just now. He said there's a good restaurant next door. Let's go eat there. By the time the 4 of them left the door, the sky outside had already darkened completely. The neon lights on the streets were lit up, although this was not a red light district. As soon as the sky turned dark, they could immediately see palm-sized girls walking around the streets with scantily clad bodies. Chi Yu took a few glances and could not help but twitch his mouth. Far from it. It's not wrong to be ugly, but it's wrong to go out and scare people. Ji Da was stunned for a moment before he said, Master, aren't your standards too high? I think there are a few of them that aren't good enough. Chi Yu snorted and said, What do you know? You can't look at these women from the Sun Nation like the beauties of our Yanhuang Republic. Think about it. If these women from the Sun Nation were to be written with the word sun dog, what would they look like? Would you still think they're pretty? Humph. They're not even as attractive as the legendary sister Furong from our Yanhuang Republic. Oh, that's right, wicked disciple. I just remembered something. With your physique, ordinary women definitely won't be able to bear it. I feel that big sister Furong, who has an extremely voluptuous figure, is very suitable for you. I'll find a way to introduce her to you later. Master, I didn't offend you, did I? Ji Da looked at Chi Yu with bloodshot eyes. He felt like he was going crazy. Chi Yu chuckled and said, Of course not. But I've always been a vengeful person. I still remember when you told me to stay away from Ming Ming. If you become my brother-in-law one day, I'll definitely consider introducing a beauty to you. CKU, you can't do that, Jida said seriously. Chi Yu was stunned. Why? I'm not good enough for Ming Ming? He was only joking, but seeing Jida's serious expression, his stubborn temper could not help but surge. No, it's not that you're not good enough. How should I say this? Jida saw that Chi Yu's expression was a little off. His tone immediately softened. All right, you don't need to say any more. I understand. Chi Yu sighed. His gaze looked towards the direction of the Yanhuang Republic. He could not help but feel a little dazed. Because of Jida's words, he recalled his last day at Qingbei University. He could not help but shake his head in self-mockery. Master, it's not what you think. I don't have the intention to look down on you. With your strength, you're definitely good enough for Ming Ming. It's just that Ming Ming is already engaged. It's impossible for her to marry you. Jida hurriedly explained. Chi, you looked at him in shock. What? You said Ming Ming is already engaged? Why haven't I heard of it before? Jida said, Ming Ming is indeed engaged. That was when she was 15 years old. Chi Yu smiled, but his eyes flickered with a faint cold light. Wicked disciple. Even if you're making up lies, you need to think clearly. What era is it now? You actually gave me a child's marriage. Do you think I should believe it? Jida smiled bitterly. If I were you, I wouldn't believe it either. But this is indeed the truth. Master, I will not lie. From the day I entered the army, I no longer know how to lie. Ming Ming is indeed engaged. This marriage is very important to our Ji family. You can understand it as a political marriage. At the same time, you can also understand it as a national marriage. It can't be. Chi Yu saw that Jida did not seem to be joking. His heart immediately had a kind of uncomfortable feeling. With your family's old man's position, is there a need for a political marriage? Jida nodded his head. That's right. In the eyes of outsiders, our family's old man has already reached the peak of power. But this marriage is not for my father. It's for our country. What do you mean? Why can't I understand? Chi Yu frowned. Jida sighed and said, I didn't want to say this at first, but Master, I am afraid that you really like my sister. After all, she is so pure and beautiful, although you have always been a pervert. But I can see that you are actually very cautious with women, and you are not a promiscuous person. If it's really possible, I hope that Ming Ming can be with you. Unfortunately, this is impossible. About 5 years ago, you should have heard about the visit of the Greek president. Chi Yu shook his head and said, I rarely care about these national affairs. What exactly happened? Tell me directly. Jida said it's that time. When the Greek president visited our Yanhuang Republic, he was accompanied by his only 17-year-old son. At a banquet, they accidentally saw Ming Ming. The Greek president was shocked by Ming Ming, who was only 14 years old at that time. He proposed a cross-border marriage, hoping that Ming Ming would marry his son. F***CKME. Does your family's old man want Ming Ming to marry a second generation? It can't be. Greece is not a strong country. Is there a need to curry favor? Ji-da unhappily glared at Chiyu and said, "What second generation? Even I have to admit that the only son of the Greek president is an extremely outstanding talent. He's only 17 years old and has already completed his doctorate. Furthermore, he is well-spoken and has great talent in sports. Not only does this president have the support of a famous Greek ship king, he is also the person with the highest prestige in Greece. His son is extremely outstanding, and both his character and appearance are top-notch. As for the curry favor you mentioned, although it is a bit unpleasant to hear, our country really wants to establish a closer friendship with Greece. Although Greece is not big, its position in the West is very important. You should have heard of the deification of ancient Greece. Just like your Eastern guardian, Greece has the most powerful guardian in the West. Therefore, as long as we establish a good relationship with Greece, even a country as strong as the United States will not dare to offend us. Western guardian?" Hearing this term, Chiyu couldn't help but feel moved. He recalled the introduction that Hai Ryue gave him, and his brows furrowed even more. The implications are indeed extensive. Therefore, my father agreed after asking Ming Ming. Although this is a political marriage, Ming Ming and the Greek president's son had a good chat and seemed to get along well. At that time, she did not object. Therefore, the marriage was set. It was agreed that when Ming Ming turned 20, she would marry in Greece. Hearing Jida's words, Chiyu seemed a little lost. He recalled the night under the lotus pond under the moonlight and the various things that happened when he was with Ming Ming. He suddenly realized that his heart was empty, as if he had lost the most precious thing in his life. The plant soul and the heavenly soul kept walking in front, as if they didn't hear their conversation. Not long after, they arrived at a restaurant in the Sun Nation next to the hotel where they were staying. "All right, we're here. Let's eat first." The heavenly soul turned around and looked at the dejected Chiyu. Ji felt a little helpless, but he also knew that the sooner he told Chiyu about this, the better it would be for him and his sister. "Damn it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll deal with the situation when it comes. I want to turn my grief into food." Chiyu was the first to enter the restaurant as the three of them stared at him. It was as if he was going to a battlefield. The heavenly soul laughed. "He's really thick-skinned." Jita laughed and said, "Being able to pick up and let go, that's how a man should be." As soon as they entered the restaurant, the first thing Chiyu saw were two waitresses in short skirts. Although they weren't tall, their clothes were very revealing. They smiled humbly and kept bowing to the customers. Walking in front of Chiyu into the restaurant was a fatty. The fatty's face carried a perverted smile as he casually grabbed the chest of a young receptionist. The young receptionist's face froze for a moment before immediately recovering her smile. She hurriedly nodded and bowed as she said something. The fatty chuckled and casually took out a piece of Sun Nation's money and stuffed it into the exposed cleavage of the receptionist's short jacket. The receptionist's smile immediately became even sweeter. He kept talking about Ariadu and the like. What are they talking about? These Japanese women are really greedy. Chiyu asked Jida, who had just entered the room. Jida said, "What else can they say? It's like this in the Sun Nation. Men's status is always much higher than women's. Not to mention touching her. Even if you slap her, she'll still smile and thank you. The people of the Sun Nation are that cheap. Master, don't tell me you want to touch her too." Chiyu snorted disdainfully and said, "I've decided. I won't bring glory to the country. I'm afraid of contagious diseases." The heavenly soul, who entered the restaurant after him, couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. The plant soul looked at Chiyu, and his gaze became much gentler. It was as if he was praising his great decision. The heavenly soul asked for a private room in standard Sun Nation language. Under the guidance of a waitress, they were directly led to the private room. The restaurants in the Sun Nation all sat on the floor, which made Chiyu a little uncomfortable. The heavenly soul said, "What do you want to eat? Don't stand on ceremony with me." Chiyu shrugged and said, "Anything. As long as I can eat my fill, I'm not too picky about food." Jida said, "Me too. I'm not too interested in the food of the Sun Nation. As long as I can eat my fill." The plant soul nodded. Obviously, he agreed with Jida's opinion. After all, how could the small Sun Nation compare to the 5,000 years of culture of Yanhuang? Yanhuang's food culture was recognized as the best in the world, so they naturally wouldn't be interested in the food of the Sun Nation. The Tianhun smiled and said, "Can't help it. Since we're here, we can only eat here. Then I'll order anything." You naturally didn't understand what the heavenly soul wanted. He only listened to him ramble on, and it seemed like he ordered a lot of things. After a while, a table of sumptuous Sun Nation cuisine was placed on the table. Seeing that most of the food was raw, Chiyu couldn't help but frown. Raw. I've long heard that the people of the Sun Nation like to eat raw food. One look and you know it's not good. The Tianhun smiled and said, "Then you should eat more sushi. Actually, sashimi tastes pretty good." Chiyu picked up a piece of sushi and sniffed it. He frowned and said, "What is this? It smells weird." As he spoke, he had already thrown the sushi into his mouth. He was an orphan, so naturally no one would bring him to eat the food of the Sun Nation. When he grew older, he had to rely on the country's monthly allowance to survive, so it was even more impossible for him to afford the food. This was the first time he tried the food of the Sun Nation. Uffed! He vomited faster than he ate. Chiyu spat out the sushi that had just entered his mouth. "My God, it's actually seaweed. The only thing I haven't eaten since I was young is seaweed." When he was young in the orphanage, Chiyu's greatest fear was seaweed soup. Every time he encountered this food that he hated the most, he would retch just from smelling it, let alone eating it. However, the seaweed wrapped around the sushi didn't have a strong smell, and he hadn't eaten it for many years, so he didn't smell it at first. But as soon as the sushi entered his mouth, the unbearable smell immediately made him react subconsciously. Jida chewed on the sushi and said, "Master, seaweed is very nutritious. You shouldn't be picky." Chiyu said unhappily, "No matter how nutritious it is, I don't like it. What can I do about it? You guys eat. I really can't eat this kind of taste." As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at the plates of sashimi. The types of fish were obviously different. Although the fresh and tender fish made Chiyu a little uncomfortable, it was still better than seaweed. The Tianhun hurriedly said, "The Sun Nation's cuisine is also very good. How about I get some more for you? I think they have ramen or something." Chiyu's eyes lit up. He said, "Okay, then ramen it is. 6 bowls first. If the bowls are small, then 10. The Tianhun was speechless as he looked at Chiyu. Jida laughed and said, "Brother Tianhun, my master can really eat." He didn't say that much. "I'll go and get it." As he spoke, he stood up and opened the door. Although Jida's sun language was not as good as the Tianhuan's, he could still speak a few sentences. Chiyu looked at the table full of colorful delicacies, and his stomach couldn't help but pound. However, he really wasn't interested in eating raw. He felt that the people of the Sun Nation who liked to eat raw were like primitive savages. Only animals liked to eat raw. It seemed like the people of the Sun Nation could really be compared to animals. However, this wasn't a problem for Chiyu. He suddenly thought of an idea. He picked up a toothpick that was 15 centimeters long and picked up a piece of raw fish. He chuckled and gently rubbed his right thumb and index finger together. There was a poof, and flames emerged from his thumb, giving the plant soul and the heavenly soul a shock. As the flame roasted the raw fish, it quickly became cooked. Chiyu dipped it in the sauce and placed it in his mouth. He ate it with relish. His actions instantly made the heavenly soul and the plant soul dumbfounded. The plant soul subconsciously shifted his body back. He looked at the flame in Chiyu's hand and revealed a trace of uneasiness in his eyes. The Tian Hun laughed bitterly. Brother Chi, it seems like you can surprise us in many ways. I didn't expect you to be a flame controller. Chi laughed and said, It's just a small trick. I can only use it to roast fish. Although his fire thundercloud force wasn't strong, such a small flame could still be maintained for a long time. It wasn't much different from an ordinary flame. Ji returned very quickly. When he saw the flame in Chiyu's hand, he was also very surprised. The plant soul gestured to Chiyu and then retreated. Chiyu asked, What's wrong? Little plant soul, I don't understand what you mean. The Tian Hun smiled and said, Plant souls are naturally afraid of fire. When you make fire, she will subconsciously feel uneasy. Chiyu, who had just eaten a few pieces of raw fish, quickly put away the flame in his hand. I'm sorry, I don't know. He had always been very protective of this little girl, the plant soul. When he saw that she wasn't used to it, he would rather not eat it himself than scare her. Fortunately, after a while, Chiyu's ramen was served. Finally, there was something that could fill his stomach. Chi, you didn't stand on ceremony. He hadn't eaten well for 2 days, so he instantly let go and ate heartily. When the 4 of them left the restaurant, the Tian Hun couldn't help but pat his wallet with a pained expression. The food in the Sun Nation was very expensive, even if it was ramen. Chi Yu had eaten 17 bowls. If the country hadn't reimbursed him for the mission's expenses, the Tian Hun would have died of heartache. Chapter 37. Kirin's bloodline had been modifying Chi Yu's body. After being struck by the perfect thunderstorm, it was equivalent to promoting this modification. It would be very beneficial for Chi Yu's future cultivation. Brothers Chi, come to my room first. We'll plan, Tian Hun said. The 4 of them returned to the hotel and went straight to Tian Huan's room. Take a seat, everyone. Wait for a while. As he spoke, Tian Hun walked to the window and looked outside. Chi, you could faintly sense a faint energy wave from his body. Although it was not strong, it covered a wide area and covered the entire hotel. A faint white light flashed past Tian Huan's eyes. He walked back to the 3 of them and smiled. Seems like the situation is still good. I've checked with the searching light. This hotel is not being monitored. At least it's temporarily safe. All right, let's plan carefully. The plant soul and Jida immediately became serious. Only Chi Yu leaned back on the sofa, his face revealing his usual cynical smile. It was a pity that there were no beauties here, so his perverted eyes were considered honest. Although Plant Soul was beautiful, Chi Yu had treated her like a sister the first time he saw her. Naturally, he would not look at her impudently. Tian Hun said, From the current situation, our situation is not very good. This is not a matter of strength. After all, this is the Sun Nation. Even if all the brothers of the Yellow Flame Soul are here, we can't go against a country so brazenly. First, we have to solve the problem of the Sun Nation surveillance. They have the latest satellites to monitor them. Although I'm very confident in Computer Soul, I can't guarantee that it can block the enemy's satellite signals without making a sound. Moreover, we don't have to guess to know. Currently, in the research center where Professor Guanping was, it was probably already filled with all kinds of surveillance and defense facilities. It would not be easy to bring him out. Jida nodded and said, It's impossible to attack them by force. There are also satellites, monitoring them seamlessly. The mission this time is indeed very difficult. Once they discover us, I'm afraid the Sun Nation will respond as quickly as possible. Tian Hun said, Brother Chi, this matter is much more troublesome than we thought. Although we, the Yellow Flame Soul sect, have carried out countless difficult missions. But this was the first time he had saved someone under the surveillance of a satellite. So, I'm afraid we'll have to borrow your invisibility ability. Chi Yu asked, Do I have to go in alone to save that doctor? He was a little nervous. Invisibility wasn't everything. He knew that. Tian Hun shook his head and said, Of course not. I want to ask Brother Chi to help me find Professor Guan Ping's exact location. If I wasn't wrong, there was a gravitational field around Professor Guan Ping's research lab. Even my spirit power was affected by the gravitational field. It was impossible to find his exact location. Therefore, we must rely on Brother Chi to enter the research institute and find the exact location of the doctor. Then, we will think of a way to rescue him. When necessary, we will use all extreme measures. Chi-Yu thought for a moment and said, "Won't there be traps in the research institute? I'm illiterate, and I don't know much about electronic technology." Tianhun smiled and said, "Brother Chi, you don't have to worry about this. With the computer soul, let alone a research institute, we can even hack into the White House's network. Before we act, we will definitely mark out all the places that you need to pay attention to and the way to pass through. We'll talk about this after the computer soul returns." Chi nodded and said, "Brother Tianhun, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I'm very afraid of death. As long as I can guarantee my safety, I'm naturally willing to contribute to the country. I think you should understand what I mean." Tianhun nodded and said, "Of course, you are the guardian of the East and can be said to be the greatest asset of the Yanhuang Republic. We will definitely ask for your help when we have the most confidence. Brother Chi is a straightforward person. Not to mention you, as long as it's a normal person. I'm afraid that they are afraid of death." Looking at the smile on Tianhuan's face, Chi-Yu said, "I'll listen to everything you say." Tianhun thought for a moment and said, "Brother Chi, can your invisibility technique bring people along?" "Bring people?" Chi-Yu was stunned. "I'm not too sure about that, but my invisibility technique has a certain limit. If the person I bring along isn't too big, it should be possible." Kirin's cloak of invisibility was very wide, and it should not be a problem for it to wrap around a petite person. Tianhun smiled and said, "Then we have more confidence in our mission this time. Brother Chi, please try and see if you can bring along the plant soul." Chi-Yu's gaze fell on the plant soul, and he hesitated for a moment before saying, "You want me to bring Sister Plant Soul along? What if there's danger? I think I'd better go by myself." Tianhun smiled, and so did Jida. Tianhun said, "Brother Chi, do you know why it's a team of the four of us this time? First of all, the mechanical soul is an expert in all kinds of machinery, and his main responsibility is to deal with all problems related to machinery. The computer soul is a computer expert, and he's the world's top hacker. As for me, I'm responsible for overall planning and investigating all situations. Speaking of which, don't you find it strange that we don't have any real combatants in this team?" Chi-Yu looked at Jida and said, "Isn't he a combatant?" He had seen Jida's strength before. Even now, if he did not use a special method to activate Kirin's arm, he would not be a match for Jida. Tianhun smiled and said, "Of course not. I said that the mechanical soul is mainly in charge of mechanical problems." As he spoke, his gaze had already turned to the plant soul at the side. Chi-Yu finally understood and said hoarsely, "You're not telling me that among the four of you, the plant soul is the one in charge of fighting, are you?" The plant soul looked at Chi-Yu and could not help but smile. It was a pity that she could not speak. She did not make any sound, but her smile looked so innocent. Tianhun nodded and said, "That's right. In terms of pure combat power, the plant soul is definitely among the top 3 Yanhuang souls. If the location of the battle is in a forest, I'm afraid that other than the super strong fire Esper, no one in this world is a match for her." Chi-Yu stared blankly at the plant soul, who was only 16 or 17 years old. He could not believe that this little girl was actually a super strong combat expert. Tianhun obviously would not lie to him, but this was too unbelievable. Jida laughed and said, "Sherbo, I remember telling you before. Those who can enter the Yanhuang soul, they are all experts of their generation. When I first entered the Yanhuang soul to report, the person in charge of evaluating my combat power was the plant soul. Do you know how long I lasted? 10 seconds. It was only 10 seconds. The moment these words left his mouth, Chi Yu's shock grew even greater. The way he looked at the plant soul changed. The plant soul was also smiling at him. Her hands were like butterflies flying through flowers as she made a few hand gestures. Tianhun smiled and said, "She is asking if you can bring her with you." Chi Yu looked at the petite figure of the plant soul and said, "There's no need to try. There shouldn't be any problem bringing her along." At this moment, Tianhuin's expression changed slightly. Her eyes flashed a few times before returning to normal. "The computer soul is here." Oh, right. Chi, we are all on the same side. I will call you by your name from now on. The ring I gave you is not only a tracking device, but it is also the latest spiritual sensing device of the Yanhuang Republic. Everyone has different levels of spiritual power. At the same time, they also have different spiritual waves. As long as you know the level of our spiritual waves, you can easily find us within 100 kilometers through this ring. Because everyone's spiritual waves are different, there is no need to be afraid even if the ring is obtained by the enemy. Later, we will accurately input our spiritual waves into your ring. From now on, you can use spiritual sensing to communicate with us directly through the ring. You can also communicate with the plant soul through spiritual power. This thing is not bad. Communicating with spiritual power can completely avoid leaking secrets. Only our own people can communicate through spiritual waves. Chi Yu looked at the inconspicuous ring on his left pinky finger and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. There was a knock on the door. Tianhun smiled and said, "He is fast. Come in." The door opened and the computer soul walked in with a big bag. There were some faint beads of sweat on his head. Fatso sweated easily. The computer soul closed the door and put the bag aside. "It's so heavy," Tianhun said. "Do you want to eat something first?" The computer soul smiled bitterly and said, "No need. I ate some biscuits at Mieyang's place. It's time for me to lose weight. It's better if I eat less." Tianhun laughed and said, "Forget it. Every time you say you want to lose weight, you gain a few kilograms. If you get any fatter, I will force you to lose weight. I guarantee you will lose a few kilograms." The computer soul shuddered. "Boss, I was wrong. I promise to eat less in the future. Don't make me force you to lose weight." Chi smiled and said, "Is it that scary to force you to lose weight?" The computer soul said with some fear, "Of course it's scary. If you have to run in a cotton coat on a hot summer day, don't you think it's scary?" Chi, you looked at Tianhun and stuck out his tongue. "It's scary indeed. Luckily, I'm not fat." Tianhun said, "All right, computer, how's the situation on your side?" The computer soul said, "It's not good or bad. I carefully checked the latest satellites of the Sun Nation. They are really high-tech. I tried it. If I use the latest BD, one invented at full power, I can probably stop them for about 10 minutes. That's already the limit. As for the defense measures of the Research Institute, it's a piece of cake. Although it takes some effort to invade, it's not a big problem." Tianhun smiled and said, "I have always been at ease when you do things. Our main problem now is the enemy hiding inside the Research Institute. As long as we can safely bring Professor Guanping out and hide him before the satellites work again, our mission will basically be a success." Chi Yu said, "If I enter the Research Institute myself, can I help Professor Guanping out?" Tianhuin's expression changed. Professor Guanping is of medium build. He's about 175 meters tall and weighs about 70 kilograms. Can you help him hide? However, if you go to the Research Institute alone, it will be much more dangerous. 175 meters? That's terrible. I can only bring a person around 165 meters tall, and they must have a slender figure. Otherwise, I won't be able to completely cover them. Chi Yu gave a simple answer after roughly calculating the amount that the Qilin concealment could cover. Tianhun said, "Then we can only proceed with the long-term plan. Once you find Professor Guanping, you have to rush out as fast as possible. Plant Soul, this will depend on you. Remember, you have to protect Professor Guanping. The Plant Soul nodded and seemed to be in deep thought. Chi Yu said, rush out? That doesn't seem easy. They must have weapons. Tian Hun said, weapons aren't that scary. Those that can threaten us mainly come from the Sun Nation's Soul Eater Hall. The Soul Eater Hall supports the strongest warriors of the Sun Nation. It was established to deal with the Yellow Flame Soul Eater Hall. Unlike us, everyone in the Soul Devourer Hall is a combatant, and they are very powerful. I can be sure that the people in charge of monitoring Professor Guanping are the masters from the Soul Eater Hall. They are the ones you need to pay attention to. The Computer Soul said, I will use the computer control system in the Research Institute to guide you. Try to avoid their masters. When you find Professor Guanping, inform me immediately. I will start to destroy the satellite system. Remember, you only have 10 minutes. You must rush out within 10 minutes. Otherwise, it will be difficult. Chi Yu thought about it and said, since you can hack into the electronic control system of the Research Institute, can you directly find Professor Guanping's specific location? If you can find him, our rescue will be much easier. Some of the brothers said that the mistress wanted to give Ming Ming away, but how could that be possible? Ming Ming's engagement was a foreshadowing. This was very obvious. The mistress didn't seem to have the habit of giving away the female lead. Chi Yu would solve these problems. This foreshadowing was also an important part of the exciting plot. Everyone should read on. You will definitely be satisfied. The Computer Soul smiled bitterly. I'm not omnipotent. As everyone knows, the Sun Nation's electronic technology has always been one of the strongest countries in the world. Although our country has made great progress in electronic technology, it is still a little lacking. I can only hack into external systems. The place where Professor Guanping is located will definitely have the most sophisticated electronic protection measures. It will take a long time to crack the encryption program. Therefore, I can only provide you with a rough location. The real operation will have to be completed by your own strength. Right now, your invisibility is your greatest advantage. It will make our operation a lot easier. Tian Hun said, okay, that's it for now. You all go back and rest. I will carefully discuss with the Computer Soul and try to find the most reliable method. We will take action in 2 days. After returning to his and Jida's room, Chi Yu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, he used to be a ruffian. Although acting as a special agent this time was very exciting for him, he also understood that if something went wrong, he might never be able to return to the Yanhuang Republic. However, at this time, how could he retreat? Sherbo, what are you thinking about? Jida asked. Chi Yu said, unhappily, I'm thinking about Ming Ming. Jida smiled bitterly and said, didn't you hear what I said? Ming Ming's marriage is already destined. Even my father can't stop it now. Chi Yu snorted and said, when Ming Ming got engaged, she wasn't the Zodiac Guardian yet, but now she is a member of the Guardian of the East. Isn't it ridiculous for the Guardian of the East to marry a Westerner? As the King of the Zodiac, I will absolutely not allow such a situation to happen. Jida was stunned and said, Master, you can't be serious, right? Don't tell me you want to. If that's the case, you will be going against the country. If anything happens, you will be a sinner of the country. Chi laughed and said, that's not necessarily true. Have you heard of the brick-breaking martial art? The barefoot is not afraid of the shoes. I naturally have my own methods. Anyway, there is still more than a year's time. I will find a way to solve it. In fact, what he was most afraid of now was that Ming Ming really fell in love with the Greek president's son. If that was the case, he had no reason to stop it. Jida said, let's talk about it when we meet Ming Ming. Master, don't tell me you really fell in love with my sister. Chi laughed and said, why? Don't you want to change from my disciple to my uncle? You just said that you are very willing to let your sister be with me. Can I regret it? No. Master, you are so stupid. F*CKU. The master and Disciple looked at each other and smiled. Ji helplessly looked at his master, who was almost 10 years younger than him. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Just when Chi-Yu had said that he wouldn't let Ming-Ming marry a Westerner, Ji felt a little weird. He clearly felt that Chi-Yu's aura had changed. Even his eyes were much sharper. As the saying goes, sharpening a spear at the last moment is not fast. For the sake of the mission in 2 days, Chi-Yu once again put in a lot of effort. 2 days of training naturally wouldn't have much effect, but it was better than being mentally uneasy. In the 2 days, Chi-Yu didn't focus on the cultivation of Thundercloud Force. Instead, he experimented several times with the application methods of Kirin's abilities in his memory. Thundercloud Force alone was naturally not enough. In this situation, it was best to apply Thundercloud Force in the most critical places. The gloomy weather gave people a somewhat depressing feeling. Dark clouds rolled in the sky, and there was no wind. The weather was a little stuffy. Fortunately, it was already late autumn. Otherwise, the stuffy feeling would be even more uncomfortable. Chi-Yu's long hair that stood up after being struck by lightning had been smoothed out again. It was neatly combed, and he wore a set of white casual clothes. He looked a little more heroic. His appearance wasn't annoying, and with his tall figure he could barely add a trace of handsomeness. The soft little hand in Chi-Yu's hand made him feel especially comfortable. The plant soul was like his little sister being held by him, with a faint smile on her pretty face. The two of them walked on the street, looking like a couple. The delicate and pretty face of the plant soul would often attract the attention of the men in the Sun Nation. After all, such a pure-looking little girl seemed to have disappeared in this country. Big Brother Chi, we're almost there. Relax. Through the mental energy transmitted by the ring, Chi-Yu could finally communicate with the plant soul. Unfortunately, he could only feel the other party's intentions and not make any sound. When Chi-Yu first used this method to communicate with the plant soul, he secretly swore that as long as he could do it, no matter the price, he would definitely help this innocent little girl regain her ability to speak and listen to her voice. I'm very relaxed. Then why are your hands so sweaty? It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous. Chi-Yu couldn't help but think of something that a friend of his, who was also a hoodlum, had experienced. At that time, in their circle, other than hoodlums, there were only hoodlums. That hoodlum friend of his had a decent family background, so he went to get a driver's license. On the day of the exam, according to the rules, the student who got on the car should first step on the accelerator, then tell the examiner beside him that the instrument was normal and request to start. Then the examiner would agree, and the exam could start. However, Chi-Yu's friend was very nervous the moment he got on the car. His initial actions were not wrong. He stepped on the accelerator, and then he subconsciously said that the instrument was normal and requested to take off. The examiner was also interesting. He directly said 2 words, fly. The result could be imagined. He was so nervous that he directly ran through the red light. The examiner told him to turn left, he turned right, and when he told him to stop, he gave him gas and hung up. Now, Chi-Yu was just like his hoodlum friend when he was taking the driving test. How could he not be nervous when facing such a situation for the first time? He didn't even notice that his palms were sweaty. Brother Chi, don't be nervous. I'm here. I'll protect you, the plant soul said kindly. Chi-Yu was silent. When a man was said to like that by a girl, no matter who it was, they would feel uncomfortable. After all, he was a man. Chi-Yu lowered his head and stopped in his tracks. The plant soul was stunned. Brother Chi, what's wrong? Chi-Yu took a deep breath, raised his head again, and tightened his grip on the plant soul's little hand. I don't need your protection, sister plant soul. Trust me, as long as I'm still breathing, I won't let anything happen to you. The plant soul saw the determination in Chi-Yu's eyes. A faint smile appeared on her pretty face. I trust you. These 3 simple words bestowed Chi-Yu with immense courage. His nervousness was still present, but the sliver of fear in his heart had completely disappeared. He suddenly felt that he had given this adorable and beautiful girl a promise. And now he was going to fulfill this promise. Yes, what was there to worry about? It was like peeking at a girl's underwear. Even if he was caught, he would at most be slapped and scolded for being a pervert. With Kieran hiding, as long as he had enough thundercloud force, he would be able to escape with the plant soul. If he had no other choice, he could just give up on the doctor, right? Professor Guan Peng's research institute was called the Genetics Research Institute. It was one of the most advanced research institutes in the Sun Empire. It was a special research institute that specialized in genetics and human genetics. From the outside, the research institute looked like a metal fortress. There was only one building, and there was no courtyard. The building was semicircular. According to the Sky Soul, not only did it have a gravitational field, but the main structure and the outermost layer of the research institute were made of high-tech titanium alloy. It was difficult for missiles to do any damage to it. There were 4 guards at the entrance. They were all tall and strong. To Chi Yu's amusement, they were wearing helmets and holding guns. They were watching the passers-by outside. Of course, the Genetics Research Institute had more than just a few people to protect it. The Real Defense was inside. The plant soul nodded at Chi Yu. Chi Yu knew it was time to act. Just as Chi Yu was about to bring the plant soul to a secluded corner and activate Kieran's stealth, he suddenly saw someone. It was a woman in a black leather outfit. Why is she here? Chi Yu stopped in shock. He saw the woman in black he met on the road the other day. She was still dressed like that day with an ice-cold expression. However, her fiery figure still caused Chi Yu to secretly swallow a mouthful of saliva. The main reason why Chi Yu had stopped was because the woman in black was actually heading towards the Genetic Research Institute. The plant soul naturally recognized the woman in black. Chi Yu gave her a questioning look. The plant soul replied through its mind power, "We'll see later. She's not from the Research Institute, is she?" Soon they had their answer. When the woman in black arrived at the entrance of the Research Institute, she was immediately stopped by 4 armed security guards. The woman in black said something in the Sun Nation's language. The security guards' attitude was very firm. They pointed their guns at her. Perhaps it was a common problem among the Sun Nation's people. The guns were pointed at the woman's full breasts. The Genetics Research Institute was located in the eastern suburbs of the Sun Nation's capital. Compared to the bustling city, there were fewer pedestrians here. Moreover, the sign hanging outside the Research Institute clearly warned that non-employees were not allowed to enter. Just as Chi Yu was feeling puzzled, the woman in black suddenly moved. Chi Yu only saw a blur. The woman's body suddenly jumped between the 4 security guards like lightning. The 4 security guards were shocked at the same time. They subconsciously turned around and raised their guns. At that instant, the woman in black retreated like lightning. Her figure moved forward and backward. Before Chi Yu could see clearly, the 4 security guards had already fallen to the ground. Damn, is she trying to attack from the front? Chi Yu looked at the woman in black, who rushed into the Research Institute in shock. The plant soul frowned. This is bad. I'm afraid we'll have to temporarily cancel our operation. If she does that, the entire Research Institute will definitely be on guard. Brother Chi, what should we do? Chi Yu chuckled and said, "There's no rush. Let's wait." As he said that, he pulled the plant soul to his side and hugged her slender waist. A dark red light flashed, and the 2 of them disappeared into thin air. Kieran to the computer. Kieran to the computer. What's the status of the surveillance system in the Research Institute? Computer received, Kieran. The surveillance system shows that a woman in black suddenly invaded the Research Institute. The Research Institute has entered a state of alert. The situation doesn't look good. Don't move yet. Wait for my notification. Understood. After communicating with his spiritual power, Chi Yu quietly walked to the door of the Research Institute with the plant soul. He was not in a hurry to go in. Brother Chi, who is that woman in black? She's too bold. Chi Yu said, You're a yellow flame, soul elite. If you don't know, how would I know? However, I saw that her eyes were blue the other day. She should be a mixed blood. Half of his spiritual power was currently focused on the plant soul. As the saying went, you wouldn't know until you hugged her. The plant soul looked very small on the surface, but when he hugged her, Chi Yu could feel that her exquisite body was full of temptation. A certain part of her body started to rise. Fortunately, the pants were not too big, and the plant soul could not see their bodies. Moreover, it was sticking to Chi Yu from the side. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself. With Kirin wrapped around the two of them, he naturally had to stick close to them. Otherwise, he would not be able to take care of her entire body. At first, the plant soul was a little stiff when it stuck to Chi Yu, but she quickly recovered. After all, she had been trained for a long time. Although this situation was a little awkward, she still endured it. Chi Yu's eyes were fixed on the research institute. There was a strong glint in his eyes as he hugged the plant soul and waited quietly. Just as the heavenly soul had said, his spiritual power could not sense the aura around him in this research institute. The gravitational field was very serious. If not for the high-tech ring on his hand, he might have lost contact with the heavenly soul and the rest. In the capital of the Yanhuang Republic. It's been 2 days. Why hasn't there been any news about him? Where did he go? Hai Ryue slammed the table angrily. Fortunately, she was still rational and did not use her dragon power. Otherwise, the poor table would have been destroyed. Su Dong said helplessly, There's nothing we can do. We've searched everywhere in the capital, but there's no trace of him. It seems like he has suffered a great shock this time. We lost Kirin. How are we going to explain this to Master Zagru? Hai Ryue frowned, and her eyes flashed with a cold light. Mud can't help a wall. Chi Yu is a bastard. He will always be a hooligan. I don't know why God chose him to become Kirin. Chapter 38. Hai Ryue deflated and sat back on the chair, her right hand supporting her forehead. I'm sorry, I was too excited. You also know how important Qilin is to our Zodiac guardian god. I can feel that an invisible crisis is getting closer and closer to us. I just feel that he's not strong enough. Such a small setback and he's playing missing. Su Dong smiled and said, I was right to say that you underestimated him. Perhaps he suffered a little this time, but it's definitely not a setback. Although he's a ruffian and an orphan, he might have some inferiority complex in his heart. But through contact, I can feel that he's open-minded. Now that we can't find him, I'm afraid there's another reason. Ryue, don't be anxious. Wait for a few more days. At this time, the phone suddenly rang. Hai Ryue didn't pick it up, her eyes still flashing with irritation. Su Dong gave her a look, and Hai Ryue sighed helplessly, then picked up the phone. Who is it? Sister Ryue, it's me. I'm Ming Ming. A clear voice came from the other side of the phone. Hearing that it was Ming Ming, Hai Ryue suddenly sobered up a bit and said, Ming Ming, how's the situation on your side? Did the 3 of them wake up smoothly? Quite smoothly. I'll tell you a good news. Sister Modi has been cultivating since childhood, so her foundation is very good. Just after awakening, she already has the strength of 2 clouds. I think after she cultivates for a while, she will definitely surpass me. Soon, she will be able to surpass me. Vol and Yen Xiaoi have also finished their awakening and are cultivating. We'll rush back before the start of the exchange, don't worry. Finally, it's not bad news. Hai Ryue breathed a sigh of relief and said, Ming Ming, take care of yourselves. When you come back, I'll pick you up. Ming Ming suddenly said, All right. Sister Ryue, how can you let Chi Yu follow my brother to Japan? He's still so weak. What? Chi Yu went to Japan? Hai Ryue exclaimed. Ming Ming said in a strange tone, You don't know? I received a call from my brother yesterday, saying that they are already in the Sun Nation. He was on a mission. Chi Yu went with him. My brother is a member of the Yellow Flame Soul. The Yen Huang souls carried out the most dangerous missions. I'm afraid that Chi Yu will be in danger. Hai Ryue said, this scoundrel. With his meager abilities, he actually followed them to the Sun Nation to carry out a mission. I really want to. There was some anxiety in Ming Ming's voice. Elder Sister Rue, my brother only spoke a few words with me before he hung up. Didn't you arrange for Chi Yu to go? What the hell happened? Haven't you been protecting him all this time? Even Ming Ming herself didn't know why she was so anxious. Her heart was in a mess. Hai Ryue smiled bitterly and briefly explained what had happened. After listening to her, Li Tianlan's expression changed. Ming Ming fell into silence. About 10 seconds later, her firm voice came from the other side of the phone. Sister Ryue, I'm going back now, and then flying directly to the Sun Nation. Hai Ryue's expression stiffened. Although Ming Ming didn't say it directly, she could hear that Ming Ming was blaming her for not protecting Chi Yu. Ming Ming, you don't have to come back. Tibet still needs you to assist them in their cultivation. Su Dong and I will go to the Sun Nation immediately. Ming Ming was silent for a while. Sister Ryue, don't be prejudiced against Chi Yu, okay? He's an orphan, and his life is already quite pitiful. Hai Ryue's gaze was somewhat complicated, I know. This time it's my negligence. All right, let's leave it at that. We'll immediately go to Japan and bring him back safely. Ming Ming said, Then you won't blame him, right? Hai Ryue gritted her teeth and said, It's all in the past. The most important thing now is the exchange in 2 months. On the other side of the phone, Ming Ming smiled. That's good. I've asked Master to calculate. Master is his heaven's guide and is very sensitive to his aura. Master said that it's good to let him go out and gain experience. As Kirin's auspicious sign, at most it'll be a daunting experience, but not a dangerous one. Hai Ryue said snappily, Why didn't you say that just now? Ming Ming giggled and said, I was afraid that you would blame him. Us Zodiac guardian gods are all brothers and sisters. It's best if we unite together. All right, I'll hang up now. Sister Ryue, take care of yourselves. Ming Ming, this girl is getting more and more mischievous. Hai Ryue helplessly hung up the phone. Su Dong secretly glanced at Hai Ryue's chest, which was rising and falling due to her emotions, and said, Ming Ming is no longer the little girl from before. She's grown up. Even Ming Ming knows to unite. How can you not know? Ryue, don't always put on a cold face, okay? Cut the crap. Go and book the plane tickets. We'll take the fastest flight to the Sun Nation. Hai Ryue fiercely glared at Su Dong. Su Dong's eyes, which were full of emotions, could not help but remind her of the first time she saw Chi Yu. F***CK. This woman is really fierce. Chi Yu, don't move. She actually killed many guards inside with her bare hands. Her speed is the fastest I've ever seen. It's not something a human can achieve. I used the computer to calculate just now. When she suddenly burst out, her speed was close to subsonic. It's really scary. However, the defense system inside the research institute has been fully activated. She's trapped inside. I'm afraid it's over. Listening to Computer Soul's description, Chi Yu smiled bitterly. It seems like today is really unfortunate. I know. Plant Soul's eyes suddenly lit up. Chi Yu asked curiously, What do you know? Plant Soul said, That woman in black should be a metahuman from America. She must be. Chi Yu wasn't the only one who could hear the Plant Soul's voice. The Heavenly Soul, Computer Soul, and Jida could also hear it. Not good. Sky Soul exclaimed, If she's from America, why would they charge head-on? If I'm not wrong, they must have other tricks up their sleeves. Their target must be Professor Guanping. Since they chose to attack, they should have some confidence. The situation is not good. Chi Yu said, What do we do now? Computer Soul, if we go in now, Do you have the confidence to temporarily paralyze the defense system inside? Computer Soul said yes. However, isn't this too risky? The satellites have already locked onto the Research Institute, and the Sun Nation has already taken action. Although I intercepted some of the transfer orders, I can't guarantee that they will be completely intercepted. It's too dangerous for you to go in now. Plant Soul said, but this may be our only chance. If America intercepts him, it will be even more difficult for us to rescue Professor Guanping. Captain, give the order. Sky Soul hesitated for a moment and said, Brothers Chi, what do you think? After all, Chi did not belong to the Yellow Flame Soul. He naturally had to ask, in front of the Plant Soul. Although Chi was a little nervous, he could only grit his teeth and say, I agree with the Plant Soul's suggestion. With the people from America causing trouble, it will make this place even more chaotic. It's a good opportunity. All right, let's begin. Be careful, Computer Soul. Paralyze the defense system of the Research Institute immediately. Use your spiritual power to guide the encrypted location. Chiyu, Plant Soul, you have to be fast. Once you find Professor Guanping, inform us immediately to paralyze the satellites. Mechanical Soul and I will support you according to plan. Chi-Yu exchanged glances with the Plant Soul in the Qilin shelter. The Plant Soul nodded at him, and Chi-Yu stretched out his arm, bringing the Plant Soul into his embrace. He secretly covered his entire body with the power of wind and cloud, making his body as light as a swallow. Together with the Plant Soul, he carefully entered the research lab. The inside of the Research Institute was like a world of steel, and all the corridors were made of metal. After the Computer Soul's investigation, this Research Institute had a total of 4 floors, and Professor Guanping should be in a special room on the east side of the 3rd floor. That was naturally the most heavily guarded place. Under the intrusion of the BD set up by the Computer Soul, the entire Research Institute had fallen into darkness. The power had been cut off, the defense system had been temporarily disrupted, and all the infrared detection networks had lost their effectiveness. Even so, Chi-Yu did not dare to be careless. He and the Plant Soul followed the route that the Computer Soul had told them in advance and sneaked up the stairs. Muffled bangs kept coming from upstairs. Chi-Yu's heart skipped a beat. He knew that this should be the sound of the woman in black fighting with the security guards in the Research Institute. When the 2 of them arrived at the 2nd floor, the muffled sounds became clearer, and there were a few screams from time to time. The Plant Soul said to Chi-Yu through its mental power, Brother Chi, if you encounter a situation where the path is blocked, don't worry about anything. Just follow the original route and rush forward. I'll handle everything. Chi-Yu did not reply and only nodded. The woman in black had obviously attracted a large number of security guards in the Research Institute, which made it convenient for Chi-Yu and the Plant Soul to move from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor. Dense footsteps could be heard continuously. When they reached the 3rd floor, they immediately saw dozens of security guards in the same attire as the ones at the entrance of the Research Institute rushing toward the 3rd floor with guns in their hands. Hugging the Plant Soul, Chi-Yu's hands felt warm. However, he could not care less about that now. He carefully mobilized the cloud power to maintain the invisibility ability of Qilin stealth, and quietly followed the security personnel who had just passed by. When they turned a corner, Chi-Yu's heart suddenly became alarmed, causing him to subconsciously stop in his tracks. In the air, a distorted ray of light almost brushed past them and shot into the steel wall of the 3rd floor, producing an ear-piercing sound. The Plant Soul screamed, Be careful, it's a pulse gun. I didn't expect the Sun Nation to have the ability to use pulse guns. Don't let it hit you. No matter what part of the body is hit by the pulse gun, the pulse energy will completely destroy the body's functions. While the Plant Soul was talking, a few more pulses were shot from the corner. The intensity of the battle could be seen from the stray bullets. Chi-Yu could not help but admire the woman in black. She could fight so many security guards with pulse guns all by herself. She was indeed powerful, At that moment, Chi-Yu suddenly felt the plant soul in his arms heat up. He looked down in surprise and saw that the plant soul in Kirin's body had closed her eyes. A faint green light was emitted from her body. Her black hair was instantly dyed green. A delicate little hand slowly reached out from Kirin's body. A green light flashed, and a faint light shield appeared out of thin air. It immediately blocked another pulse energy. Chi-Yu was not happy but alarmed. Although the plant soul had used its special ability to create this light shield, the sudden appearance of a ball of green light in this dark passageway would definitely attract the attention of the security guards. Their concealment effect would be greatly reduced. "Brother Chi, let's go," the plant soul said softly. The plant soul said softly. At this moment, there was no longer any emotion in her voice. She was extremely calm. Chi-Yu clenched his teeth. He hugged the plant soul and moved forward against the metal wall next to him. As soon as he turned to the other side of the tunnel suddenly lit up. It gave him a fright. He quickly brought the plant soul back to the previous spot. "Brother Chi, it's fine. It should be the backup power of the research institute. Don't worry, with the computer soul here, the defense system won't work," the plant soul quickly explained to Chi-Yu. It should be known that the computer soul was one of the top experts in the world of hackers. Although the defense system in the research institute was very advanced, it was very difficult to block his intrusion. Only those extremely special defense systems or complicated programs like satellites could make it difficult for the computer soul. After turning around the tunnel again, Chi saw everything in front of him clearly with the help of the light. The tunnel on the 3rd floor of the research institute was obviously much wider than the 2 floors below. The tunnel was almost 10 meters wide, and there were dozens of fully armed security guards standing at both ends. The well-trained security guards were holding pulse guns in their hands, firing in the same direction. Their clothes were obviously specially made. Although the 2 groups of security guards were facing each other and firing at each other, the tyrannical pulse energy would be absorbed the moment it touched their clothes. The pulse energy that Chi-Yu had seen earlier was just a fish that had escaped the net. The pulse energy shot by the 2 groups of security guards formed a dense pulse energy net in the 10-meter wide tunnel. In the middle of the net was the woman in black. If the pulse energy was enough to shock Chi-Yu, the power that the woman in black displayed could only be described as terrifying. She was wearing a tight black leather jacket, and her eyes were constantly flashing with blue light. Her delicate body was like a light smoke, constantly moving in and out of the tunnel. Her speed was so fast that it was even faster than the pulse energy. No matter how dense the energy net formed by the pulse guns was, she could always find a gap to pass through. Her body did not stop at all. If it wasn't for the great improvement of Chi-Yu's eyesight after the perfect thunderstorm, he would not have been able to see her figure clearly. She was like a constantly flashing black shadow, shuttling back and forth in the pulse energy net. Once there was a gap in the pulse energy net released by the security guards, she would float in at the fastest speed. No matter how strong the special clothes of the security guards were, they were like paper in front of her. Even their bodies were easily torn apart. You could not tell how many people the lady in black had killed because none of the corpses on the ground were complete. The fragmented body parts were mixed with the thick stench of blood, causing one to feel nauseous. This was all discovered by Chi-Yu the moment he turned around the tunnel. And although the energy wave produced by the green light shield from the plant soul was not strong, it was still discovered by the security guards. But he was still discovered by the security guards. 8 of the security guards who had rushed into the tunnel ahead of Chi-Yu's group split up. They turned around and fired a volley of concentrated pulses of energy towards Chi-Yu and the plant soul. The plant soul shouted, "Charge!" It was strange. The pulse energy that the plant soul had described as extremely domineering disappeared as soon as it came into contact with the green light shield. Meanwhile, the green light shield continued to ripple like water, and no matter how the pulse energy bombarded it, There was no sign of it being damaged. Chi, you recalled what the plant soul had said. Without hesitation, he clenched his teeth and rushed forward as fast as he could with the plant soul in his arms. When Chi-Yu was 10 meters away from the security guards, he was already on the left. The plant soul struggled gently in his arms, and Chi-Yu could only feel his body tremble slightly. Then his hands became empty, and a green figure floated out of Kirin. Streaks of sharp green light shot into the midst of the security guards like lightning. Suddenly, screams rang out. Not only did the 8 security guards who attacked them fall to the ground, it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Even more than half of the other security guards on their side had fallen. The plant soul did not stop at all. Its black eyes turned dark green. It stretched its hands forward, and 2 green vines that were 5 meters long reached out like snakes. The vines were full of spikes. With a flick of its wrists, the 2 vines went through the security guards on her side. Then the plant soul flipped its hands, and the vines swept to both sides. The plant soul did not seem to be very powerful, and the remaining 20-odd security guards did not even have the ability to resist. The sound of bones cracking made one's teeth ache. More than 20 people collapsed on both sides of the tunnel. Chi-Yu looked at everything in front of him in shock. From the moment the plant soul attacked to the moment the security guards were taken care of, it only took 2 to 3 blinks of an eye. The plant soul's body did not stop. The vines in its hands whipped on the ground, and its slender body used the force to charge forward. Like a cannonball, it swept past the lady in black and went into the crowd of security guards on the other side. Although the plant soul was killing people, the light shield that she had released earlier was constantly moving as she moved. Every time it moved, it would accurately intercept the pulse energy that was shooting towards Chi-Yu. She was multitasking, yet she didn't make any mistakes. This made Chi-Yu feel ashamed of his own inferiority. When the plant soul swept past the lady in black, her body obviously stiffened, and her movements slowed down. When she and Chi-Yu turned around at almost the same time, the battle on the other side had already ended. 2 vines as thick as a child's arm had solved all the problems. Besides the 3 of them, there was no one left standing on the 3rd level of the tunnel. The plant soul stopped on the other side of the tunnel. When she landed, she was facing the lady in black. At this time, a faint green light appeared on the plant soul's face, and the lady in black could not see her face clearly. The plant soul could not speak. She just stood there and looked at the lady in black quietly. The lady in black instinctively took a step back and said in a low voice, "Who are you?" At this time, Chi-Yu had already sneaked past the lady in black and came to the side of the plant soul. He had Kirin's protection, and the lady in black could not see him. As the plant soul could not speak, Chi-Yu spoke on her behalf. "And who are you?" Before coming out, the Sky Soul had given Chi-Yu a voice changer. Through the voice changer, his voice was completely neutral, and it was impossible to tell whether he was a man or a woman. The lady in black looked at the plant soul warily and snorted. "Yan Huang Soul, am I right?" Chi-Yu's heart jumped. He realized with some annoyance that he had spoken in the Yan Huang language, and the lady had immediately found out his identity. Not only was this black-clothed woman's martial prowess astonishing, but her mind was also extremely sharp. A simple probe had caused the inexperienced Yang Kai to reveal a flaw. So what if I am not? You only have 2 choices now. One is to die and the other is to leave. Chi-Yu was still not immune to beauties. The lady in black snorted and said, "Since I came here, I never thought of leaving empty-handed. It seems like we have the same goal. You must be the famous killer of the Yan Huang Soul, the Green Field Fairy Track." Chi-Yu was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this title. The plant soul communicated in his mind. The Green Field Fairy Track is a title given to me by other countries. Big brother, don't talk nonsense with her. Time is of the essence. Let me kill her. Chiyu said, No, let's go in directly. She is beneficial to us here. As long as we are invisible, she will be the only target of the Research Institute's security. All right. The plant soul did not say much. In a flash, it had already entered Kirin's body. Chiyu hugged her and turned back to look at the lady in black. He immediately rushed into the tunnel as fast as he could. The lady in black was shocked when she suddenly lost her target. She cried out, "Invisibility!" Her body shot up like lightning, and she waved her hands in front of her full chest. At this moment, just as Chiyu turned back, he clearly saw that the lady in black's 10 fingers had black claws that were at least 10 centimeters long. With an ear-piercing whistle, 10 crisscrossed claw shadows filled the entire tunnel. They were aimed at Chiyu and the plant soul. Wind, it was the power of the wind. No wonder she could be so fast. Chiyu immediately recognized that the black-clothed woman's hand was a wind blade. The plant soul was about to attack, but Chiyu stopped her with his mind power. Let me do it. Chiyu's thundercloud force wasn't very strong, but when it encountered a force of the same attribute, it was extremely powerful. However, he had a peculiar method, which was also the Kirin's special technique that he had just cultivated not too long ago. Confrontation. With a low shout, a ball of faint green light rose from Chiyu's body. Due to Kirin's concealment, this ball of green light could not be seen from the outside. The moment the wind blades that covered almost the entire tunnel touched Kirin's body trembled violently. Chiyu's wind thundercloud force instantly erupted. Naturally, he would not confront the woman in black head-on. With his wind thundercloud force, which was less than a cloud, he was clearly not a match for her. Wind guide. This was the basic ability of the wind attribute, thundercloud force. In the beginning, Kirin had used it to guide the wind attribute energy for cultivation. Later on, with the continuous research of Kirin's ancestors, this wind guide had a special effect. When the dense wind blades came into contact with Kirin's body, they were instantly assimilated by a strange energy. Although Chiyu's Kirin's wind thundercloud force wasn't strong, it was the purest type of wind attribute energy. In an instant, the assimilated wind thundercloud force had already fused with his wind thundercloud force. Although Chiyu couldn't use the suddenly fused wind attribute energy, these wind blades immediately broke away from the black-clothed woman's control. With a slight turn of his body, the wind thundercloud force moved according to his will. The most ingenious part of the wind guide was the word guide. All the wind blades were guided forward by the body of Chiyu and the plant soul. With a flash of light, they had already entered the depths of the tunnel. If one didn't feel it carefully, it would be easy to think that the wind blades had passed through the void. Especially when Chiyu and the plant soul were in Kirin's stealth, it gave the black-clothed woman the feeling that they had disappeared into thin air. Without any hesitation, the black-clothed woman's body flew into the air. Her feet touched the ground, and she leaped into the depths of the tunnel like an arrow. After using the wind guide, Chiyu immediately hugged the plant soul and stuck to the side of the tunnel, allowing the black-clothed woman to pass in front of them. Even the computer soul couldn't detect the danger inside. Since someone was willing to be their touchstone, why not? The plant soul clearly understood Chiyu's intention. An almost imperceptible smile appeared on her face. She hugged Chiyu's waist and let him lead her quietly into the tunnel. The research facility was indeed huge. Chiyu didn't take a closer look at how many rooms there were on the lower 2 floors. He only heard from the computer soul that it was a place for researchers to conduct research. On the 3rd and 4th floor, there were a few large special research labs that were specially used for complex research. Although the tunnel was already lit up, it wasn't straight. They followed the black-clothed woman and took a few turns. Following the route given by the computer soul, they knew that they were getting closer and closer to where Professor Guanping was. Ah! A scream was heard. Both Chiyu and the plant soul were shocked. Although Chiyu used the thundercloud force, his speed naturally couldn't compare to the black-clothed woman's. Although the two of them were following, they were already lagging behind. The scream was obviously from the black-clothed woman. She was not weak, but she was suddenly injured. It was obvious that she had encountered an elite in the research facility. It's the Soul Eater Hall. I can feel their evil presence. The plant soul alerted Chiyu with its mind power. Chiyu nodded and said, "We have to be careful. Being invisible is our biggest advantage now." When they saw the black-clothed woman again, there were 3 more people in the passageway. 3 people completely shrouded in black. The black clothes on their bodies were different from the black-clothed woman's. They were not made of leather and looked like ordinary clothes. Moreover, even their heads were wrapped in black cloth. Only a pair of cold and gloomy eyes could be seen staring at the black-clothed woman. What shocked Chiyu was that the sudden appearance of the 3 black-clothed people dropped the temperature in the tunnel. The 3 black-clothed people each had a special katana of the Sun Nation on their back. However, they were empty-handed. The black-clothed woman fell to the ground. There was a bloody wound on her left shoulder. Blood kept coming out of her leather clothes. Her pretty face had become much paler. Yes, they are from the Soul Eater Hall. Judging from their attire, they should be dark-level elites of the Soul Eater Hall. The Soul Eater Hall is divided into 5 levels: Hunter, Shadow, Assassin, Dark, and Flow. There are only 2 Flow-level elites. They are the strongest in the Sun Nation. There are 4 Dark-level elites. These 2 levels are the biggest enemies of the Yellow Flame Soul Institute. Be careful. The power they use is unique to the Sun Nation. It's extremely dark and sinister. There are 3 dark-level Soul Eater guards here. No wonder there aren't many security guards in the research facility. With them here, it shows how much importance the Sun Nation places on Professor Guanping's research. Hearing the plant soul's careful explanation, Chiyu nodded. He didn't know why, but when he looked at the black-clothed woman, he had the urge to rush up and save her. Seeing the 3 black-clothed men in front of her, even someone as strong as the black-clothed woman couldn't help but reveal a hint of panic in her eyes. She didn't stand up, but instead slowly squatted down. Her 2 sharp claws pressed against the ground, and her pair of blue eyes constantly emitted a cold light. Chapter 39. Soul Eater, the woman in black growled. She spoke in the Sun language, so Chiyu naturally did not understand. However, the plant soul, which could not speak, understood the Sun language and translated for him through spiritual communication. "Wolf girl," the Soul Eater on the left said. Chiyu was stunned when he heard the plant soul's translation. "What's Wolf Girl?" "Sister Plant." The plant soul was surprised. Wolf Girl is a mutant in the Western Dark World. She belongs to the category of werewolves. In the Dark World of the West, there are no ancient beasts from the East that do evil. The werewolves, vampires, and dark sorcerers, these 3 dark forces, form the main dark forces in the West. It can be said that they are the same as the ancient beasts in the East. However, their individual strength is far inferior to the ancient beasts, but they are much more organized. These 3 dark forces complement each other. They each send out their strongest members to form the Dark Parliament. The Dark Parliament was made up of 10 counselors. Each clan had 3 counselors, and all of them were the strongest of the 3 clans. The extra seat was replaced every 30 years, and only the strongest of the 3 clans could sit in that seat, which was the chairman of the Dark Parliament. No matter which clan has a chairman, that clan will become the most powerful clan in the Dark Parliament for the next 30 years. This wolf girl seems to have a high status among the werewolves. No wonder she is so fast. She dares to come here alone. She is a werewolf master. Wolf girl. Oh my God, there really are werewolves. Chiyu had read some Western novels. He had some impression of vampires and werewolves. He did not expect to meet a wolf girl in the Sun Nation, and such a beautiful one at that. Although he was in danger, he could not help but fantasize. He did not know the difference between this wolf girl and ordinary women. If only the plant soul explained to Chiyu. The wolf girl and the 3 dark level soul eater were still facing each other. Red streaks of blood gradually appeared in the wolf girl's icy blue eyes. It made her beautiful face look a little scary. The leader of the soul eaters said in a deep voice, "So the United States has already started to make use of the dark forces like you. Very well. Let us see what's so special about the she-wolf." The 3 soul eaters looked especially fearless. It was obvious that he did not take the wolf girl in black seriously. The corner of the black-clothed woman's mouth revealed a trace of disdain. "How good can you be? Aren't they also living in the dark? You call yourselves soul devourers, but can you really devour the souls of Yen and Huang in your imagination? There's one thing you're wrong about. I'm not a wolf girl, but an oddity in the darkness, a leopard." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman in black's body disappeared in a flash. Because of the high speed, a series of clear afterimages appeared in the air. Her speed was several times faster than when she dealt with the security guards. Even with Chiyu's eyesight, he could not see her movements clearly. The sounds of energy colliding rang out like firecrackers, and waves of powerful energy rippled out in all directions. The 4 figures were jumping around like stars in the not-so-wide passageway. The leopard girl was actually able to fight against 3 dark-level experts of the soul devourer by herself. Because their speed was too fast, Chi was unable to tell which side had the upper hand. What a fast speed, as expected of a leopard. The plant soul exclaimed in surprise as he used his mental power to tell Chiyu, "Her speed is the fastest I've ever seen. With a human body, it's almost unimaginable for her to be able to reach close to the speed of sound." Chiyu asked curiously, "Didn't you just say that the dark forces are only divided into werewolves, vampires, and dark wizards? Why did another leopard girl come out? Doesn't she belong to the Dark Council?" The plant soul shook its head and said, "No, she still belongs to the Dark Council. However, the leopard girl had her own special characteristics. She could be said to be a member of the werewolf race, but not completely. Therefore, she was not under the jurisdiction of the werewolf race, but directly under the Dark Council. She was a super expert in fighting in the Western Dark Forces. It was said that if a leopard man could cultivate to the limit, he would be able to contend against the strongest warrior in the werewolf race, the Silver Moon Wolf King. However, she probably wouldn't be able to get away with it today. The 3 dark-level soul devourers were simply too powerful. Just as the plant soul finished speaking, an even more intense explosion sounded out, and the 4 figures separated. The leopard girl returned to her original position, still half squatting, and the 3 soul devourers seemed to have never moved. The moment they stopped, the difference in strength could immediately be seen. There was not the slightest change in the bodies of the 3 soul devourers. Even their breathing was as inaudible as before, and the katana on their backs were not unsheathed. However, the leopard girl was in a much more sorry state. The leather clothes on her body were already torn in many places, revealing her white skin, causing Chiyu to uncontrollably swallow his saliva. Her originally black hair had already turned yellow, and her body was emitting a strong killing intent. However, there was a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, and her full chest was constantly heaving up and down. So what if you're the leopard girl? In front of the strongest warriors of our Yamato nation, you're still unable to withstand a single blow. The United States can even mobilize the Dark Parliament so they can be considered capable. However, with us here, don't even think about taking a step forward. The leader of the soul devourers was still looking at the leopard girl coldly, but his voice was filled with ridicule and arrogance. The leopard girl looked at them coldly and said indifferently, "You guys are indeed very strong, but how are you compared to the Yen Huang soul? Still not coming out? When I die, don't even think about having a good ending." Her last sentence was obviously directed at Chiyu and the plant soul. As she spoke with her super high speed, her body suddenly retreated, almost sticking to the wall of the corridor as she leaped backwards. The leopard girl's words were spoken in the sun language, so the three soul devourers naturally heard it clearly. Previously, they were still disdainful of the leopard girl, but when they heard the three words Yan Huang soul, they flipped their wrists almost at the same time and reached behind their backs. 3 rays of cold light lit up at the same time, and 3 arcs of light slashed out at the same time, covering almost all the routes in the corridor. Qi, you only heard the plant soul shout Bei Du in his mind, and then he leaped out from Kirin. Her words were obviously directed at the leopard girl. The green light surged out like the waves of the ocean. The plant soul's eyes shot out cold light, and in the green light, the 3 light slashes instantly disappeared. The 3 soul devourers shouted at the same time, "Green field, immortal track!" The leopard girl, who was originally retreating, leaped up again. She glanced at the plant soul and only said one sentence, "Common enemy." Then she leaped out. The plant soul naturally understood the leopard girl's meaning. Dozens of thorny vines shot out as if they had eyes, shooting towards the 3 soul devourers from all sorts of tricky angles. The vines were shot out in an extremely ingenious position. It separated the 2 soul devourers on the left and right from the soul devourer in the middle, allowing the leopard girl to directly pounce on the enemy in the middle without having to worry about anything else. The light of the katana crisscrossed and slashed out. Qi, you did not know what kind of energy these sparkling blade lights were. However, the power of the plant soul was clearly not something that these blade lights could deal with. The thick green vines were abnormally tough, and the blade lights could only leave deep marks on them, but were unable to cut them off. The 2 soul devourers on the left and right could only wave the katana in their hands into a ball of dazzling white light to protect their bodies. As long as the vines reached in front of them, they would immediately be repelled by the blade light. With 2 fewer enemies on her left and right, the leopard girl's advantage in speed was immediately displayed to the fullest. Her pair of sharp claws constantly brought out sharp wind blades. Because the speed at which they were moving was too fast, the wind blades seemed to be attacking the soul devourer in the middle of the corridor from all directions. The dark level soul devourer was indeed one of the best in the soul devourer hall. Facing the leopard girl's attack, although he could not keep up with her speed, the blade in his hand could always bring about a ball of black air to dissolve the wind blades. Black light lingered around him, defending against the leopard girl's attack while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. For a time, the battle entered a stalemate. Qi Yu was now more and more aware of the power of the plant soul. With the leopard girl's ferocity and speed, she could only barely hold back 1 dark level soul devourer, but the plant soul was able to block 2 dark level soul devourers by itself. He still had the upper hand, as expected of a super battle expert of the Yan Huang soul. In fact, the plant soul's strength was not displayed at all here. She was able to control plants, and the more lively the natural environment, the stronger her strength would be. However, in this research institute that was like a steel fortress, she could only use her own energy and was unable to borrow the power of nature, causing her strength to be greatly reduced. Otherwise, if it was in a forest, even if it was facing 3 dark level soul devourers alone, the plant soul wouldn't have any problems. Big brother Qi, prepare to help me. I can't borrow the power of nature here, so I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with their corrosion. The plant soul's anxious voice sounded in Qi Yu's mind, causing his heart to tighten. Right at this moment, the katanas in the hands of the 2 dark level soul devourers that were suppressed by the plant soul brought out 2 huge black streams of air at the same time. When the vines released by the plant soul came into contact with the black stream of air, an ear-piercing sound rang out. The green vines were corroded by the black, and under the softening of the tip, they were immediately cut off by the katanas. The 2 dark level soul devourers did not plan to help their companions deal with the leopard girl. Instead, with the help of the black stream of air, they approached the plant soul step by step. It was obvious that they viewed the plant soul as their strongest enemy. The plant soul's delicate body turned, and countless green lights that were hard to see with the naked eye shot out, directly shooting towards the two soul devourers. Amidst the dense clanging sounds, the two soul devourers stopped in their tracks, and each spat out a mouthful of blood on their katanas. For a moment, the black light shone brightly and actually completely swallowed the plant soul's attack. Even the vines that had been suppressing them were mostly destroyed. Bagyalu. The two soul devourers let out a shrill roar at the same time. The katanas in their hands paused for a moment, and then two black blade lights suddenly exploded, like a devil opening its mouth, pouncing towards the plant soul. The green vines set up a barrier 5 meters in front of the plant soul, blocking the attack of the blade light. However, with the corrosion of the black air, it was obvious that the vines were withering, and it looked like they were about to be unable to resist. Chi Yu's blood surged. Looking at the plant soul's pale face, he could no longer care about how weak he was. With a wave of his right hand, he kept Kirin hidden, and under the effect of the thundercloud force, he rushed to the front of the plant soul. At this moment, the vine defense broke, and the black blade light that carried an evil aura flashed. Kirin read. Chi Yu let out an angry roar as a fiery red light instantly flourished. An illusory Qilin figure appeared out of nowhere in front of him, its red scales sparkling with a translucent radiance. A scorching aura instantly caused the surrounding temperature to soar. The fiery red scaled Qilin figure forcibly blocked the black blade light attack. Strangely enough, the black light that even the plant soul could not resist melted like snow when it came into contact with the scorching red light of Kirin Red. The two dark, level soul devourers screamed at the same time, and the katanas in their hands were turned into ashes. The past month of training had not been in vain. After the two types of cloud force had reached the initial cloud realm, Chi Yu's usage of the Qilin Scarlet had been extended to 10 seconds. When he saw that the black blade was unable to harm him, his innate battle cells caused him to charge forward without any hesitation. With Chi Yu's strength, even the most ordinary soul devourer could easily kill him under normal circumstances, let alone a dark level soul devourer. However, with the protection of Kirin Red, Chi Yu became the nemesis of soul devourers. These soul devourers, cultivated by the Sun Nation, cultivated a special kind of evil technique. They used a special evil force to cover their bodies in order to increase their strength. The true Kirin fire of Kirin Red was the nemesis of all evil auras. In addition to the relic beads on his wrist that could resist all evil auras, although the power of Kirin Red was not something that Chi Yu could unleash, he was able to suppress the powerful, dark, level soul devourers for a while. Damn it! I'm going to electrocute you to death. There was only one thought in Chi Yu's mind at this moment, and that was to protect this little girl, the plant soul, and not let anyone hurt her. Without fear in his heart, he was filled with a huge battle intent, and he immediately unleashed his strength beyond his usual level. 2 purple lightning snakes suddenly shot out, followed by a dull roar of thunder. The 2 soul devourers cried out in pain again. The black cloth on their heads exploded, and their hair stood on end. The lightning was condensed from the righteous chi of heaven and earth, and they were instantly blasted away. These 2 guys were really unlucky. In order to deal with the plant soul, they had used their own blood essence to activate the evil energy to launch an attack, and their vitality had been injured. After suffering the backlash of Kirin Red and the relic beads, the evil aura that they had unleashed was destroyed, and they were also affected by the backlash of Kirin's pure red yang true fire, and their combat power was at its lowest. Chi Yu's 2 lightning strikes came at their weakest moment, and they were severely injured before they could even react. Although Chi Yu's thundercloud force was only at the initial cloud realm, he had 9 blue sea thunder beads in his body that were formed from the blue sea thunder beads. Although the energy of these thunder beads could not be used by Chi Yu, it made the lightning energy that he had extremely pure. This sudden attack brought with it an awe-inspiring righteous chi, and under the stimulation of Kieran's king's energy, it immediately injured the two dark, level soul devourers. The plant soul was stunned by the scene in front of her. Although she had guessed that Chiyu was not weak, she never would have thought that the two soul devourers that even she could not easily deal with would be heavily injured by Chiyu in a single exchange. The leopard girl was equally surprised. Although she had been fighting with the soul devourer in the lead, her mind was constantly paying attention to everything that was happening around her. Seeing a person appear out of thin air and actually heavily injure the two dark, level soul devourers with the force of a thunderbolt, and this person was actually the young man she had met on the road that day, she couldn't help but be shocked and slow down. Taking advantage of this moment, the black katana looked for a tricky angle to directly swing upwards, straight towards the leopard girl's throat. After all, the leopard girl was a step too slow. It was already impossible for her to dodge with her speed. Her body slightly sluggish, her upper body leaned backwards, her claws forcefully blocking the katana. With a bang, the leather sleeves on her arms instantly turned into ashes, and 6 of the sharp claws on her hands were broken. With a miserable cry, he was sent flying. The leader of the soul devourers was the strongest of the 3 dark level soul devourers. He pushed the leopard girl back with a single slash, his body sticking close to the ground as he charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Chiyu. The black katana did not make a single sound as it slashed towards the center of Chiyu's shoulder and neck. And at this time, it was also at the same time that the power of the Kirin Red that Chiyu had activated disappeared. "Be careful!" The plant soul cried out in alarm. Actually, without needing the plant soul to speak, Kirin's innate sharp senses had also allowed Chiyu to discover the arrival of danger. It was a moment of life and death. Only a person's potential could be completely unleashed. The silver light instantly flourished, and the image of Kirin floated out from behind Chiyu. Its black body, silver fur, and the black and silver horn made Ink Kirin look extremely handsome. Under the contrast of Ink Kirin's figure, the current Chiyu was like a demon god descending from the heavens. His body crouched, and a roar of rage came from his mouth. Hearing this roar, the dark level soul devourer's movements slowed down, and an aura that he had never felt before assaulted his face. Kirin's arm brake through the sky. When Chiyu was still a little hoodlum, other than using bricks in fights, he was best at using the sky cannon that ruffians often used in fights. What was a sky cannon? Actually, it was very simple. From the bottom up, he would punch the opponent's chin or nose with all his strength. As long as he had enough strength and the location was accurate enough, it would be enough to make the opponent lose the ability to resist. Subconsciously, Chiyu was most familiar with the use of the sky cannon. In the absence of a brick, he punched from the bottom up without any hesitation. At this moment, Chiyu clearly felt the 4 types of thundercloud force in his body rushing into his right arm. The thundercloud force was compressed in an instant, and the 4 colors of light shone from his arm at the same time. The energy completely tore the clothes on Chiyu's arm apart. At this moment, his right arm was flashing with the 4 colors of purple, blue, red, and green. It was as dazzling as a gem. The dark level soul devourer saw Chiyu's fist coming at him. In his eyes, the speed of Chiyu's fist was not fast. He had at least a dozen ways to change the trajectory of his sword. He could chop off the head or the arm. He could easily destroy the young man in front of him. However, at this moment, he was shocked to discover that no matter how much he activated the evil energy in his body, he could no longer change his posture. Even the blade in his hand could only find its original trajectory and slash downwards. Lock! This was the last thought in the soul devourer's mind. What would be the result of a fist clashing with a blade? Would his hand break? Perhaps under normal circumstances, this should be the case. However, if this punch was brought up by Kirin's strongest right arm, then the result would not be like this. Amidst the loud explosion that was enough to shake the entire research institute, the plant soul's body was sent more than 10 meters away under the protection of the green light. The leopard girl was even worse off. She was directly smashed into a distant wall by the energy shockwave. The purple, blue, red, and green lights exploded at the same time and instantly disappeared. The echo of the explosion was deafening. The plant soul was a little sluggish. The leopard girl fell to the ground in pain. They were all dumbfounded. But regardless of whether it was the plant soul or the leopard girl, they all knew that they would never forget the scene in front of them for the rest of their lives. Chi-Yu stood there, maintaining the posture of raising his right fist high. The clothes on his upper body had completely disappeared. Not even a piece of cloth was left behind. Under the intense collision of the energy, his bare upper body revealed his bronze-colored skin. His shoulders were wide, and his muscles were faintly rippling. On his back, the Kirin pattern's body was lifelike. The black body and silver fur were so clear, especially the four-colored auspicious clouds under Kirin's four limbs, which actually seemed to be floating. Under the contrast of the Kirin pattern, Chi-Yu's body looked so tall and sturdy. His raised right fist was as solid as if it was going to destroy the heavens and the earth. The black katana that had collided with Chi-Yu's right fist earlier remained at the tip of his fist, and even the dark, level soul devourer was completely frozen in place. His evil eyes emitted a light of disbelief, and his entire body was constantly being permeated by a layer of peaceful light, green light. The change finally appeared. The first was the black katana. Starting from the tip of the blade, the katana actually turned into ashes, spreading from the tip of the blade to the hilt. The moment the entire katana completely disappeared, with a muffled bang, the dark level soul devourer's body actually completely shattered. No flesh and blood appeared, only a cloud of black smoke and dust. The smoke and dust did not explode into the surroundings, and the moment it appeared, the Sarira bead on Chi-Yu's left wrist suddenly erupted with a surging green light, completely engulfing it. An expert from the Soul Devourer Hall. Just like that, he disappeared without a trace. Not even a trace was left behind. Soon after, 2 more balls of smoke rose. This time, it was the 2 heavily injured, dark, level soul devourers. They were not destroyed, but used a special method to suddenly escape and face Chi-Yu. Their courage to fight to the death had completely disappeared. After all, even the soul devourer was not willing to die in vain. The corridor became abnormally calm. When the leopard girl crawled up from the ground, dozens of vines had already surrounded her body. The plant soul could not speak, but the cold eyes she looked at the leopard girl seemed to be telling her that if she acted rashly, she would definitely regret it. The leopard girl looked deeply at Chi-Yu's tall back. Her eyes first revealed a trace of confusion, followed by fear. She retreated step by step, but the plant soul did not chase after her. He only controlled the vines to seal off all the paths she could take. The wind blew, and the leopard girl floated away, disappearing at the end of the corridor. Just like the soul devourer, she no longer had the courage to stay here. The power that Chi-Yu had suddenly displayed had already caused her to tremble in fear. "Big brother Chi, how are you?" The plant soul's anxious voice sounded in Chi-Yu's heart. Chi-Yu's body trembled slightly. His right fist that was tightly clenched slowly retracted. His body seemed to be a little stiff, and a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. With the protection of the relic bead, he would naturally not be corroded by the evil energy of the soul devourer, but the backlash of the energy still injured his meridians. This was the second time he used the ability of the Kirin arm. At that moment, all the thundercloud force in his body seemed to have been completely drained. At the cost of all the thundercloud force, it seemed to have awakened something in his body. He did not know how strong the energy that burst out at that moment was, but the thundercloud force in his body was only left with a weak thundercloud force and water thundercloud force. The 2 thundercloud force of wind and fire had completely disappeared. This was the second time he used the Kirin arm compared to the first time. The feeling was much deeper. A faint understanding rose from the bottom of his heart. Although there was no time for him to carefully ponder, The clear feeling was firmly imprinted in the deepest part of his heart. Siege was right. Only by constantly cultivating and tempering could one further improve one's strength. Unfortunately, he would not be able to use the Kirin arm for a long time. He hoped that no more variables would appear. Looking back at the plant soul, a faint smile appeared on Chi-Yu's face. As long as your brother Chi is still alive, I will never let the enemy hurt you. Let's go. It's time for us to save people. We must find that doctor before the Sun Nation sends their troops here. The plant soul took the initiative to hold Chi-Yu's big hand. When she held Chi-Yu's warm hand, a sense of security that she had never felt before rose in her heart. Trust only needed to be conveyed through the eyes. A faint green light spread from the plant soul and covered both of them. The vigorous vitality stimulated Chi-Yu's body functions, and the shock that he had suffered previously was greatly reduced. The two quickened their pace and walked inside. At the same time, Chi-Yu contacted the computer soul through the ring on his hand. We have broken through the Soul Devourer Hall's obstruction. What should we do now? The computer soul's voice sounded a little strange. Ah, I saw it just now. You guys go in now and turn left about 50 meters away. You should be able to see a special door there. Suck the device I gave you on the door and leave the task of cracking it to me. Although it had been paralyzed, the Sky Soul, the computer soul, Jida, and the others had also seen the previous scene through the surveillance cameras. When the three dark level soul devourers appeared, the Sky Soul was already prepared to go with Jida to support Chi-Yu and the others. However, they soon saw the scene from before. The plant soul and the leopard girl were stunned. How could the three Yan Huang soul experts on the other side not be shocked? According to the computer soul, Chi-Yu quickly found the door. The door was indeed very strange. It was made of thick gold, and there were 3 huge wheels on the outside. Beside the wheels was a row of password devices. There were a total of 9 of them. Forget about trying to figure out the password. Just looking at so many buttons, Chi-Yu was already a little dizzy. He now had a strange thought. If he could still use Kirin's arm, he didn't know if he could forcefully blast open the door. Although he was thinking this, Chi-Yu's movements were not slow. He had already sucked the device that the computer soul had given him before he set off, and then pulled the plant soul back a few steps and waited quietly. The mechanical soul has already set off to meet you. Now, the computer soul will begin to crack the password. I will contact you. The Sky Soul's mental wave transmitted into their minds through the ring. The plant soul replied through the spirit. Captain, please pay close attention to the changes around the research institute. Once the enemies of the Sun Nation arrive, please inform us in time. Although a lot had happened since they entered the research institute, it had only been less than 5 minutes. The Sky Soul said, You still have 5 minutes. The Sun Nation's reaction seems to be a little slow. It's probably because of the 3 dark level soul devourers, but you must be careful. The 2 soul devourers that escaped with ninjutsu will definitely inform the headquarters of the soul devourer as soon as possible. I think those 2 guys will be here soon. Even Chi-Yu knew that the 2 guys that the Sky Soul was talking about were the strongest people in the Soul Devourer Hall, the 2 master-level Soul Devourers. He had already lost the ability to attack with Kirin's arm. If they really arrived, not only would he not be able to save the people, he and the plant soul would also die here. Chi-Yu squinted his eyes and looked at the door in front of him. He began to adjust the thundercloud force in his body. The thundercloud force and the thundercloud force could not be recovered in a day or 2. Now he only hoped that his thundercloud force and water thundercloud force could recover a little more with the help of the blue sea thunder orb. As long as he had enough thundercloud force, he could at least activate Kirin to save the lives of himself and the plant soul. At that moment, the device that Chi-Yu had placed on the door lit up. A faint red light flowed, and the 9 encryption devices emitted a red light at the same time. Unreadable numbers began to jump, and the 3 wheels began to spin slowly. Chi-Yu and the plant soul became nervous at the same time. Instead of saying that they still had 5 minutes, it was more accurate to say that the computer's soul still had 5 minutes. After all, if the door could not be opened, the mission could not be completed. What made Chiyu feel slightly relieved was that although the energy contained in the blue sea thunder orb was overbearing, the lightning and water elements that it emitted subtly allowed his thundercloud force and water thundercloud force to recover very quickly. He had just reached Chu Yun's level, so he did not have much thundercloud force. In just 2 minutes, the 2 thundercloud force had recovered to about 30% of its peak state. He could barely activate Kirin's invisibility ability. Chapter 40. When Chiyu saw the Kirin bead, he wasn't thinking about its amplification effect, but about the other effect that Xie had mentioned, which was also an effect that he had been using. Xie had once said that because of the condensation of the 4 elements of energy, this Kirin bead not only had the effect of amplification, but it was also a natural storage device. There was a natural environment inside, and it could store a large number of items. The amount of storage was related to his thundercloud force. Since it was a natural environment inside, it meant that even living creatures could survive inside. Thinking of this, Chiyu was overjoyed. He already knew what to do when he found Guanping. 3 minutes had passed, and the numbers were still jumping rapidly. The 3 wheels were also constantly spinning, sometimes clockwise, sometimes counterclockwise, and the rattling sound was like the bell of the Grim Reaper. The plant soul's little hands were already sweating. Even as one of the masters of the Yellow Flame Soul, she was nervous in the face of this situation. Chiyu squeezed her little hand and smiled. It's okay, we have to believe in the computer soul. Besides, even if I can't save you, I will definitely take you away from here. I said that as long as I'm here, I won't let you get hurt. Big brother. The plant soul only heard these 2 words in its mind, omitting Chiyu's surname. There was an additional emotion that was difficult to distinguish. That seemed to be what Chiyu longed for the most, and that was family. F***CK, this is so complicated. Damn, the little son is really strong in electronic technology. The computer's soul cursed on the other side. Chiyu could vaguely feel that he was highly nervous. There seemed to be a bit of excitement mixed in. When the time reached the 4th minute, suddenly there was a crisp clicking sound. The 3 spinning wheels stopped at the same time, and the 9 codexes turned green at the same time. Waha, I'm a genius, it's done. Amid the cheers of the computer soul, the door in front of Chiyu and the plant soul slowly opened. When Chiyu saw the 2-meter-thick giant door, he couldn't help but gasp. He cursed inwardly. Was there a need to be so thick? Even the shockwave of an atomic bomb might not be able to destroy this door. Time did not allow them to hesitate. The plant soul was the first to jump in, followed by Chiyu. Without the thundercloud force, his speed was much slower. Behind the door was a huge laboratory that covered an area of more than 1,000 square meters. As soon as he entered, Chiyu saw nearly 200 researchers busily working. They obviously did not know what was happening outside. Hearing the sound of the door opening, more than 400 pairs of eyes looked at him and the plant soul. Chiyu was taken aback. He frowned and said, so many people. Which one is Professor Guanping? At this moment, the plant soul suddenly moved. More than 10 green lights floated out like lightning. Suddenly, more than 10 cries of pain were heard. More than 10 researchers on the left side clutched their throats and fell to the ground. As they fell, a person in the middle was revealed. With his extraordinary eyesight, Chiyu saw that the people who were killed by the plant soul were all holding weapons. However, the weapons were not pointed at them. Instead, they were pointed at the man in the middle. He had a standard Oriental appearance, a medium and well-proportioned figure, about 1.75 meters tall. Although his appearance could not be said to be handsome, he had a strong scholarly aura. He did not need to speak, nor did he need to show any expression, but he could give people a refined feeling. There was not the slightest surprise in his eyes. He used his right hand to lift his gold-rimmed glasses, smiled, and said, "You've come." Chi Yu lowered his head to look at the plant soul. The plant soul nodded at him. Chi Yu did not dare to hesitate. He quickly walked over. "Hello, Professor Guanping, right? We're here to rescue you. Hurry up and come with us." Guanping smiled. "Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, I might be sent away tomorrow. Wait for me, I need to get something." As he spoke, he pressed a few buttons on the computer next to him. Although Chi Yu was not familiar with computers, he could clearly see that it was the command to format a hard disk. That's right. They must not leave anything for the Sun Nation. "Professor, please hurry up. I'm afraid the people from the Sun Nation will be here soon." Chi Yu said anxiously. Guanping said they thought that it would be enough to copy all of my information, but they didn't know that I had already arranged the information according to a special program. Without my order, they would never be able to obtain the real thing in the information. Moreover, the most important information is here. As he spoke, he pointed at his head. He rummaged around behind the computer monitor, pulled something out, and put it in his pocket. At this moment, the plant soul let out a light snort. Countless rays of light shot out from its hand, and miserable cries sounded out one after another. When Chi Yu turned around, it turned out that the researchers had already surrounded them, and a portion of them had already been shot down by the plant soul. Chi Yu naturally did not put these ordinary people in his eyes. With the plant soul, let alone 200 of them, even if there were several times more of them, what use would it be? Suddenly, with a muffled sound, the wall beside the research institute suddenly trembled. Following that, with a bang, a crack appeared, and 4 figures crawled in from the crack. Before Chi Yu could react, a short blade that flickered with an evil red light was already on Dr. Guanping's neck. "Don't move, or I'll kill him first." A metallic voice rang out. Chi Yu, who had just relaxed a little, was immediately shocked. The 4 people who appeared in front of him were all dressed in black leather clothes. There were 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was the leopard lady who had disappeared earlier. Dr. Guanping did not seem to be worried about his own safety. He tilted his head and looked at the short blade on his neck. He exclaimed, "The ion energy knife has actually been successfully researched." The one who restrained Dr. Guanping was a strong man who was more than 2 meters tall. From his short, golden hair and blue eyes, it was obvious that he was a Westerner. He spoke English. "That's right. If it wasn't for the ion energy knife, how could it have broken through the titanium alloy and come here? Kid, don't move. I know you are very strong, but as long as you make the slightest move, I will take this professor's life." As they spoke, the 4 of them stared at Chi Yu as they slowly retreated. Chi Yu finally understood. These people must be the experts sent by the United States. The leopard lady relied on her super speed to break into the research institute from the front just to attract the attention of the security personnel and the experts from the Soul Devourer Hull. As for the other 3 guys with the ion energy knife, they were the ones who were really here to capture Guanping. This was really the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. "Chi Yu, what happened on your side?" "The people from the Sun Nation are already at the entrance of the Research Institute. The surveillance cameras could not see what was going on here." Tianhun sensed that something was wrong from Chi Yu's mental fluctuations and hurriedly asked. A cold look appeared in Chi Yu's eyes. The mission that was about to succeed was actually destroyed. He was a ruffian. How could a ruffian give up on something that was already in his hands? He pressed forward step by step. He knew very well that the other 3 experts from the United States must have heard about his strength from the leopard lady. However, they did not know that he could no longer use Kiran's arm. Thus he was afraid. Kill him. Just kill him. It's better if no one gets it than if you get it. Kill. The last word was spoken. The last word was Chi Yu's roar. Purple electric light flowed around his hands. His eyes were fixed on the tall man who was holding Professor Guanping hostage. Don't move forward anymore. Otherwise, I'll really make a move. The tall and strong man was obviously not intimidated by Chiyu. Although his eyes were very cautious, his hands were abnormally stable. It was obvious that he would not give up on Professor Guanping. As Chiyu pressed forward step by step and the plant soul followed, Chiyu suddenly saw a strange light in Guanping's eyes. As Guanping's back was facing the 4 experts from the United States, his gaze could only be seen by Chiyu, who was facing him. Professor Guanping's eyes lit up. His originally black eyes gradually turned yellow. He smiled at Chiyu. Then, something that shocked everyone happened. A low roar came from Guanping's mouth. He suddenly raised his hands and grabbed the hair of the man behind him with one hand and the hand that was holding the ion energy blade with the other. In just an instant, Guanping's body had already turned around. Ugh! With another roar, the 2-meter-tall man was actually swung up by Guanping. His huge body crashed into his 3 companions, while the ion energy blade in his hand was in Guanping's hand. At this moment, Guanping's hair had already turned golden, and his face was emitting a layer of pale yellow light. His body seemed to have expanded, and his muscles were bulging. His white robe was torn apart, and his entire body was covered in golden fur. With a single leap, he had already arrived beside Chiyu. There was only one feeling that Guanping's aura gave Chiyu, and that was intimacy. The Kirin pearl on his chest lit up slightly, and Chiyu shouted without any hesitation, "Appear!" He pushed his hands forward, and 2 lightning bolts suddenly appeared. Although the intensity of the lightning was not high, the sudden appearance of the purple light was dazzling enough. The Panther Lady seemed to be the leader of the 4 people from the United States. Seeing that Guanping had escaped their control, Chiyu's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Let's go!" He was the first to leap out of the crack. Lightning had a gravitational pull. If one cultivated it to a higher realm, the enemy would not be able to dodge it and could only take it head-on. Unfortunately, Chiyu did not have much thundercloud force left. He also had to take into account the fact that he had activated the invisibility ability of the Kirin Pearl. Thus, other than being dazzling, the power of his attack was very pitiful. Although he managed to hit one of the United States experts, it only caused the United States expert to pause for a moment. By then, the 4 figures had already drifted away. You looked at the golden-haired Guanping. Is this the result of your research? Guanping said, "Let's leave this place first before talking." At this moment, the Heavenly Soul's voice rang out again. "The enemy has already reached the 2nd level of the Research Institute. Hurry up and evacuate from there." "Chiyu, did you hear me?" Chiyu said, "We've already successfully rescued them. Evacuate immediately. Get the computer soul to start harassing the satellites. We're going out." The plant soul was afraid that there would be another accident. At this moment, she had already gotten close to Chiyu and Guanping. She looked at the researchers around her, who were at a loss, and then looked at Chiyu and Guanping. She then made a palm gesture. A cold glint flashed in Guanping's eyes. He nodded at the plant soul and said, "These are all the Sun Nation's elite researchers. Kill them one by one." The plant soul's pretty face became extremely cold. She nodded at the 2 of them, and countless green lights floated out of her body. You naturally did not feel any pity for the people from the Sun Nation. He looked at the crack from before and said, "Let's go from here. Doctor, take me down." Guanping looked at Chiyu in surprise. He clearly did not understand why Chiyu could not jump down himself. He did not know that without the thundercloud force, even if they did not die from jumping from the 3rd floor, Chiyu would lose his mobility. After the plant soul launched the attack, she grabbed Chiyu's hand without hesitation. The 3 of them rushed out of the crack as fast as they could. At this moment, dense footsteps could be heard from outside the door. When they were falling from the sky, Chiyu could not help but close his eyes. He was not afraid of strong enemies before, but now his whole body was cold. Although his fear of heights was not as strong as before, it still affected his mind. The plant's soul suddenly trembled slightly. She said anxiously in her mind, "You guys go first. Those two guys are coming." Yu naturally knew who she was talking about. He quickly grabbed the plant soul and said, "No, I'm here. Guan Ping, don't be surprised and don't do anything." As he said that, Yu's eyes flashed, and the Kirin Suso on his body suddenly became clear. The Kirin orb on his chest shone with 4 colors at the same time. Yu grabbed Guan Ping's shoulder and shouted, "Withdraw." The light flashed, and Guan Ping's body disappeared into thin air. Yu felt his body become heavy, and the thundercloud force in his body was greatly depleted. However, he could not afford to waste any time. He hugged the plant soul's delicate body, and the dark red Kirin appeared and surrounded the two of them. Then, they disappeared from the courtyard of the research center. "Baka, where are they?" "They are all dead. Put the whole city on lockdown." Some people were yelling in anger. Meanwhile, Yu had already sneaked out of the research center along the edge of the wall with the plant soul. His thundercloud force was overused, and it was almost unable to support Kirin Yin's invisibility ability. In times of crisis like this, Yu had a deeper understanding of strength. If his thundercloud force was stronger, everything would not have been so difficult. It was only a few hundred meters, but Yu felt like a century had passed. He did not dare to walk too fast, because he had to stop every few steps to condense thundercloud force to support Kirin Yin. Beads of sweat kept flowing down his forehead. Although the plant soul was constantly replenishing his body with energy that was full of vitality, it was not Kirin's thundercloud force after all. Finally, after seeing at least 1,000 Sun Nation soldiers going in and out of the research center and sneaking out of the research center, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He had already seen the truck not far away from the research center. The truck had just been checked by the soldiers, and there were 2 people sitting in it. It was Mieyong and Jida. They were prepared and had all their documents, so they were not afraid of any search. Yu saw them, but they could not see Yu. The 2 of them were waiting anxiously. As soon as Yu went out, he immediately communicated with Jida through the ring and instructed him to start the truck and head toward them. At that moment, the thundercloud force in Yu's body had been consumed to its limit, and Kirin Yin's energy waves had begun to become unstable. As the truck approached, he was shocked to find that the energy waves in his body were becoming weaker and weaker. Kirin Yin's invisibility effect could disappear at any time. Yu turned around to take a look. There were at least 10 armed soldiers at the entrance of the Research Institute watching the streets outside. The moment he exited his invisibility state, he would definitely be killed. Once he got out of invisibility, he would probably turn into a beehive. Even with the protection of the plant soul, he would definitely be targeted by the enemy. It would be difficult for him to escape. Although Yu tried his best to hold on for a little longer, the thundercloud force was limited after all. You reap what you sow. If you don't have the strength to cultivate, you can't force it at all. The thundercloud force was finally not enough to support Kirin Yin. Yu knew it was over. Just as he was about to ask Jida and the others to leave quickly, there was a sudden change. 2 loud bangs came from the research center, and the loud bangs immediately attracted the attention of all the Sun Nation soldiers. At the same time, Yu's body appeared at the same time. He did not need to maintain his invisibility anymore, so he quickly sped up and rushed directly to the truck that was coming over. He closed the door and had time to look at the source of the explosion. Ah, why are they here? Yu looked at the sky above the research center in surprise. It was a cloud, and in the cloud, 2 figures were faintly discernible. They were both white figures, and a loud dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. Balls of white light constantly fell from the sky toward the research center, bombarding the outer shell of the research center like bombs. Although the titanium alloy was strong enough, it was still bombarded with huge dents. The Sun Nation soldiers kept firing at the sky, but they were all blocked by another figure using some unknown method. Outsiders could not see the two figures clearly, but Chiyu knew who they were. Gathering wind and clouds. Other than dragon and tiger, who else could do that? As the saying goes, the clouds follow the dragons, the wind follows the tigers, and the dragons soar, and the tigers leap. The ones who had arrived were none other than the tyrant dragon, Hairyue, and the perverted tiger, Sudong. Both of them had already undergone element mutation, and their tyrannical strength was not something that the ordinary soldiers below could contend against. "Jida drive," Chiyu growled. He believed that with dragon and tiger strength, the Sun Nation soldiers would not be able to stop them. The mission was completed, and leaving this place was the most important thing. When the research center left Chiyu's line of sight, he clearly saw two black shadows shooting toward Hairyue and Sudong. However, Chiyu was too tired now, and he no longer had the mood to think about this. He took the jacket that Jida had placed at the side and covered himself. He leaned against the seat of the truck, panting heavily. The truck drove for about 10 kilometers, and they arrived at a parking lot in the suburbs. There were at least 10 trucks similar to the one they were in. The 4 of them alighted according to the plan, and Jida hurriedly asked, "Sir, where's the doctor? Did he fail?" Chiyu, supported by Mieyang, said, "Let's talk when we get back. This is not the place to talk." Jida parked the truck at the side and saw an inconspicuous van in the warehouse next to it. Just as the 4 of them were about to get in, a gust of wind blew, and in a flash, 2 people appeared in front of them. It was Hairyue and Sudong. Mieyang and the plant soul were nervous, and just as they were about to attack, Chiyu quickly stopped them. He looked at Hairyue, who had a cold expression on her face, and said with a bitter smile, "I was hiding here, and you guys could still find me. I'm impressed." Hairyue did not say anything. She suddenly took a step forward and punched Chiyu in the chest. Chiyu grunted, and his body flew backward, directly hitting a van. The plant soul was furious, and green vines suddenly shot out, entangling Hairyue from all directions. Hairyue was surprised, and her hands turned into countless claw shadows, dissolving the vines one by one. The extremely tough vines were broken by her even sharper dragon claws, and the plant soul's face turned pale. Chiyu endured the pain in his chest and shouted, "Stop fighting, we're all on the same side. Let's talk when we get back." Hairyue glared at him, as if saying, "I'll deal with you when we get back." Jida stopped the angry plant soul, and Mieyang helped Chiyu up. The 6 of them got into the car, and before they got in, Hairyue and Sudong removed their attributes. Jida started the car. As he watched the scenery on both sides of the road fly by, Chiyu's worried heart finally relaxed a little. The operation this time could only be described with one word: thrilling. "Sudong, how did you guys find me? The Sun Nation is so far away from our country, and you guys shouldn't have been able to sense my presence." Chiyu could not help but ask as soon as he relaxed. Of course, he would not ask Hairyue, who had a cold expression all along, but he asked Lewd Tiger, who was on good terms with him. Sudong's voice was still as soft as ever. You ran away after such a small blow? Do you know how anxious we were? Luckily Mingming told us that you came to the Sun Nation, or else we really wouldn't know where to find you. As for how we found you directly, that's easy. Although your Kirin can hide your presence, don't forget that you still have the Shengxiao Huan that Ryue gave you. However, don't forget that you still have the Shengxiao Huan that Ryue gave you. As soon as we arrived at the capital of the Sun Nation, we sensed your presence. Based on the Shengxiao Huan's aura, you should be in extreme danger, so we rushed over as fast as we could. Fortunately, we arrived in time and managed to lure those enemies away for you. I didn't expect the Sun Nation to have experts. 2 guys in gray attacked us just now, but luckily they can't fly. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for us to escape. Hearing Sudong's words, Chiyu could not help but be secretly shocked at the strength of the flow-level spirit devourers. Hai Ryue was already a 6 clouds, and Sudong was also a 5 clouds. Even the two of them could not kill 2 flow-level spirit devourers. No wonder the yellow flame soul would treat these spirit devourers as great enemies. As Sudong spoke to Chiyu, he winked at him. Chiyu naturally understood his meaning, and helplessly said to Hai Ryue, "This ba, no, Rhea, it's my fault this time. I shouldn't have come to the Sun Nation by myself. This, you bastard." Ryue glared at Chiyu. "Do you know who you are? I've made it very clear to you. Your existence is very important to us. You actually risked your life alone, and even carried out such a dangerous mission with the yellow flame soul. If something happened, what would we do? How would we explain it to Master Zagru? Chiyu, you're good. We'll talk about it when we get back. Anyway, you're not going to school now. I think we should start special training for you." "No. Ryue, look, can this make up for my mistakes?" Chiyu asked tentatively. He was much more relaxed now. Although Hai Ryue's face was cold, he could see some concern in her cold eyes. He could not help but regain some of his ruffian habits, and began to bargain. Hai Ryue looked at Chiyu's apologetic smile. Although she still forced herself to keep a straight face, the look in her eyes softened. After all, she had found Chiyu, and he was not in any danger. She was already very relieved. She said exasperatedly, "What other contributions do you have?" Chiyu chuckled. "Of course there is. I'll let you know immediately. I think it's enough to make up for my mistakes. Isn't this special training just—" Hai Ryue and Sudong looked at him curiously. Ryue said, "I want to see what contributions you have." Jida drove in a big circle and returned to the Sun Nation's capital from another direction. When they returned to the studio, Tianhun was already waiting for them downstairs. Tianhun was supposed to go with Jida to support Chiyu and the others, but because Computer Soul had cracked the password and hacked into the satellite, he had used up too much of his brain power. Moreover, they needed someone to command them, so he stayed behind. Tianhun did not see Professor Guanping, but he did not ask anything. He only looked at Hai Ryue and Sudong in surprise. On the way back, Jida had already reported to him the general situation through the mental communicator. Everyone went upstairs under Tianhuan's lead. After activating the defense system, Tianhun said to Chiyu, "Chiyu, it's been hard on you this time. If not for you, I'm afraid our mission would have been really troublesome. Where's Professor Guanping? Didn't you tell us that the mission was completed when you saved him?" Chiyu chuckled and said, "Of course the mission is completed." As he spoke, he used the thundercloud force that he had just gathered on the way to activate the Kirin bead. With a flash of light, Professor Guanping appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. Other than Hai Ryue and Sudong, everyone was shocked. Even the plant soul, who had seen Chiyu put Guanping into the Kirin bead, was no exception. Tianhun was stunned for a while before he reluctantly said, "The Guardian of the East really has incredible power!" Guanping had already returned to his original appearance, but his upper body was naked, which looked a little strange. He looked at the Kirin bead on Chiyu's chest with a dull gaze. He wanted to say something, but he was a little hesitant. Chiyu smiled and looked at Hai Ryue. "My credit is here. Watch. I use the blood of Kirin as a guide, and in the name of Kirin, I summon you. Warriors of the 12 Zodiac who guard the East, show your Zodiac signs." Chiyu raised his right hand, bit his middle finger, and flicked it into the air. A drop of blood floated out. Chiyu made a strange hand gesture, and the drop of blood suddenly floated away. A very faint red light spread out in a circle, covering a radius of 10 meters. Chapter 41. The light and shadow behind Hai Ryue was very clear. It was a white dragon with a pair of wings on its back. Its proud dragon head was raised high, exuding an insufferably domineering aura. The light and shadow that appeared behind Sudong was slightly blurrier than Hai Ryue's, but it could still be seen that it was in the shape of a tiger. It had a white body with black stripes, and with a pair of special tiger wings, It looked very majestic. The appearance of these two light and shadows once again let the yellow flame's soul powerhouses see the special ability of the Guardian of the East. Fortunately, they had experienced too many strange things from Chi-Yu, so they did not cry out. After Chi-Yu chanted that chant, a light and shadow also appeared behind him. But compared to Hai Ryue and Su Dong, the light and shadow behind him could only be seen vaguely in two colors, but it was not clear. This was not because Chi-Yu was not strong enough. Kirin itself was special. Usually, the Kirin pattern that appeared on his body was even clearer than Hai Ryue's. It was just that today's thundercloud force had consumed too much, so the light and shadow triggered by Kirin's bloodline had become so blurry. Hai Ryue had already understood what Chi-Yu was going to do. She looked at the yellow flame, soul people with some surprise, as if she was searching for something. At this moment, a change happened, and this change happened to Professor Guanping, whose upper body was naked. Guanping had always been engaged in research. His skin was much fairer than Chi-Yu's. If he was not already in his 30s, he would definitely look like a pretty boy. However, when Chi-Yu and the other two revealed their true forms, they were unable to move. Guanping also changed. His body trembled. Then, a yellow silhouette slowly appeared. The silhouette gradually became clear, and the yellow light gradually turned golden. It was an animal that looked like a wolf and a dog. Although the silhouette was limited in size, one could still see its majestic body, just like the dragon-shaped silhouette behind Hai Ryue. The strange creature raised its head high, and around its neck was a yellow halo. It seemed to be hair, but it was impossible to see it clearly. However, the golden light brought the place enough brilliance. Hai Ryue exclaimed, "Lion Mastiff! It's a lion mastiff!" Chi-Yu was also stunned. Although he had already guessed this result, he did not expect Hai Ryue to call out such a name. He scratched his head and said, "Isn't it a dog?" Guanping stood there blankly, as if he was thinking about something. Su Dong said, excitedly, "Of course, lion mastiffs are also a type of dog, and they are the strongest type. According to ancient legends, they are born from the mating of Kirin and Kirin hounds. They have the abilities of lions and dogs. They are the most ferocious of all dogs. Even if they face a real lion, they will not be afraid. Moreover, lion mastiffs are the type of dogs that have the most Kirin blood. Chi-Yu, your contribution this time is really great. You have found another one of our comrades, and such a strong one at that. From the appearance of his attributes, he has the strength of a Four Clouds warrior. Moreover, he has already awakened. He is a Zodiac warrior who has awakened innately. He can reach 4 clouds without even cultivating. As expected of a lion mastiff, he is right. Lion mastiffs have great strength. In the ancient times, the most powerful lion mastiffs could even fight with dragons. They are more than 2 feet long and 1 foot tall. They are one of the most ferocious land beasts. Speed and strength are their characteristics. Moreover, it is said that lion mastiffs have some special abilities, but I don't know about them. Xie Zhi's voice sounded at this time. For Chi-Yu, it was like an ancient encyclopedia. It could always give Chi-Yu the most complete answer when he needed it the most. Wait, I don't understand what you are talking about. Dr. Guanping, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said. Hai Ryue's face was finally no longer cold. The exchange of the Eastern Guardians was about to be held. At this time, such a powerful Zodiac warrior suddenly appeared. How could she not be happy? Hello! Although I still don't know your identity. But since the Yanhuang soul came to save you, you must have a high status in the Yanhuang Republic. You saw what Chi-Yu did just now. To put it simply, you are born to be a part of the Eastern Guardians. You know the 12 Zodiacs, right? After all, Guanping was a talented doctor. He nodded and said, Of course I know the Zodiac. Listening to you, are you all part of the Zodiac? Su Dong said, In our Yanhuang Republic, the Eastern Guardians have been guarding this ancient and civilized land. Among the Eastern Guardians, the Zodiac Guardian is the leader. The Zodiac Guardian is composed of 12 Zodiac warriors who have inherited the abilities of their own Zodiac. As you can see, I am the Tiger Warrior in the Zodiac, Ryue is the Dragon Warrior, and you should be the Dog Warrior in the Zodiac. Can you understand my explanation? Some of us Zodiac warriors are born with great strength, while some of us have awakened our own energy after we awaken. Regardless of whether we're born with great strength or not, we'll have special abilities that far surpass ordinary people through cultivation, and we will also use these abilities to protect the East. Professor Guanping's eyes showed a complicated light. Sometimes he was excited and sometimes he was depressed. He lowered his head and thought. Hai Ryue and Su Dong did not disturb him. The yellow flame soul warriors looked at the people in front of them as if they were listening to a legend. Qiyu knew that his contribution was big enough. When he first saw Guanping, he was attracted by the aura of Guanping. Later, when Guanping used the dog's Zodiac mutation, he was even more sure that Guanping had the Zodiac bloodline. It was just that he could not determine what Zodiac Guanping had at that time. With the continuous improvement of his thundercloud force, his ability to distinguish the aura of the Zodiac warriors had also become stronger. Guanping thought for a full 10 minutes. When he raised his head again, his eyes fell on Qiyu. What about him? Which one of the Zodiac warriors is he? In my memory, there should be no Kirin in the Zodiac. Qiyu smiled and said, although there is no Kirin in the Zodiac, but the Zodiac needs a commander. And this commander was the king of ancient divine beasts, Qilin. I am the inheritor of this generation's Kirin. Everyone here is a yellow flame soul warrior. I trust you. What we're talking about are the secrets of the Guardian of the East. I hope you won't tell anyone. Guanping took 2 steps back in a daze and punched the table in pain. It's over, it's over. My 10 years of research is finished just like that. I really didn't expect it to be like this. How could it be like this, my research? Su Dong and Hai Ru looked at each other. They did not understand why Guanping was like this. Qiyu's heart moved. He said, Doctor, don't tell me the subject of your research is yourself. Guanping looked at him and said with a bitter smile, Isn't it me? When I was very young, I discovered that I seemed to have some special abilities. There is always a special energy running on its own in my body. As I grew older, this energy became more obvious. It also made me gradually feel the difference in my body. When I use my mind to control this energy for my use, it will erupt with power far beyond that of an ordinary person. This discovery made me curious about the human body. This is also the reason why I chose to study genetics later on. After so many years of exploration, I have discovered some mysteries in my body. My genes have an extremely special arrangement. In the process of continuous research, I have some clues. But I don't know why, although my theory is completely correct, my experiments have not been successful. Not long ago, I used another method to conduct a special experiment. I fused human genes with some animal genes to test my genetic research. I didn't expect to have a breakthrough. Although the genes formed by this method have a huge flaw, I didn't expect to have a breakthrough. Although the genes formed by this method are very flawed, they already have some similarities with my genes. However, this research of mine was originally just to solve the mystery of my own genes. The Sun Nation government took a fancy to it. They tried everything to obtain the results of my research. At that time, I became vigilant and quickly contacted the country to rescue me. Now, it seems that my research is completely meaningless. According to what you said, this is only a bloodline inheritance of the Zodiac warrior. It is impossible to find the most crucial characteristic. Qiyu stared at the crazy researcher in front of him, dumbfounded. You're good. Researching yourself. Only you can think of that. Since your results are flawed, why does the Sun Nation government want it so badly? As soon as he talked about his research, Guanping suddenly became spirited. Of course. Think about it. If human genes and bear genes are fused through the method of in vitro fertilization, what kind of species will be born? I can be sure that it will be a naturally powerful warrior. Moreover, this method can be implemented on a variety of animals and human bodies. As long as it is a primate, will be possible. If there is such a mutated army with the characteristics of animals, it will be equivalent to mass-producing a bunch of superpowered people. Naturally, the Sun Nation government will be very interested. Everyone present gasped at the same time. Even Tianhun only now realized how important his mission was. With the despicable nature of the Sun Nation, this kind of unnatural method was something they would naturally do. If they succeeded, not only would it be a huge threat to the Yanhuang Republic, it would also affect the development of the entire world. Su Dong said, "Doctor, what is the huge flaw that you mentioned?" Guan Ping said, "This flaw is fatal and also the most crucial. Although I can fuse human genes and animal genes to create a new species, this new species will not be able to inherit human intelligence because of the genetic fusion. In other words, even if this biological warrior is created, it will only have a low level of intelligence. It is far from being comparable to me. Therefore, my research has never been successful. Now I understand that I am actually a member of the Zodiac warrior. It seems that my efforts have been in vain. Genes are extremely complicated. Even if you are willing to let me research them, I am afraid that I will never be able to find out the ultimate secret of the Zodiac warrior." Chi Yu said, "Doctor, I suggest that you destroy the results of your research. If a group of monsters really appeared on Earth, I am afraid that the entire human race will panic. Although your research isn't malicious, it can have extremely negative consequences. Just thinking about a bear and a human together makes me want to vomit. This is even more disgusting than letting Su Dong mess with Sister Farong. Chi Yu, why don't you go and die? You're the one messing with Sister Farong." Su Dong glared at Chi Yu. Chi laughed and said, "You have always been a romantic and elegant person. You don't mind taking one more, right? After all, it is not easy to find someone as exquisite as her." Hai Ruies said, "Chi Yu, no one will treat you as a mute if you speak less." Looking at her cold gaze, Chi Yu could only unwillingly shut his mouth. Hai Ruies turned to Guan Ping and said, "Although Chi Yu's words are unpleasant to hear, they are correct. I also think that this research is too scary." Guan Ping said, "I agree with your views. However, the country has been training me up until now. Although this result is negative, I still have to hand it over to the country to deal with. I believe that our Yanhuang Republic will never do the same thing as the scum of the Sun Nation. We are an ancient and civilized country. Traditional wisdom will always guide our country." Tianhun said, "I agree with Professor's opinion. This mission is considered a success. I will now make arrangements to return to the country. With such a big incident happening in the capital of the Sun Nation, they will definitely not let it go. All of you stay here and don't leave easily. Mieyang, arrange a place for them to stay. I think we will leave tomorrow or the day after." While Tianhun was instructing Mieyang, Chi Yu said to the plant soul through the ring on his finger, "Sister Plant Soul, don't tell anyone about our mission, okay?" Although Tianhun and Computer Soul had seen some of it through the monitor, only the Plant Soul had seen everything. Chi Yu didn't want Hai Ruies and Su Dong to know that he had the ability to use Kirin's arm. Hai Ruies said, "Professor, what are your plans when you return? After all, you are one of the Zodiac guardian gods." "I hope." Guan Ping raised his hand to stop her from continuing. "I am a member of the Yanhuang Republic. It is my duty to serve my country. You don't have to say anything else. As long as it is beneficial to the country, I will naturally do it. I just want to know more about the Zodiac guardian gods." Ruies looked at the Yanhuang soul members present and said, "All right, let's find a place to talk in private." Things did not go as smoothly as Tianhun had said. Through various channels, they only boarded a plane from the Sun Nation to Singapore 5 days later. In order to avoid being noticed, they deliberately chose to go to Singapore first before transferring back to the country. Originally, Tianhun had planned to arrange for a boat to smuggle back. After all, Professor Guanping's target was too obvious. However, with Chi Yu's Kirin bead, this problem was easily solved. They even saved the cost of a plane ticket. According to Professor Guanping, Chi Yu's Kirin bead was like a big room. The air inside was very fresh and there was light. It was completely possible to live in it. In the past few days, Chi Yu was very idle. Every day, he cultivated and restored his thundercloud force. Thundercloud force and water thundercloud force had been fully restored after 3 days. However, because he used Kirin arm, his wind thundercloud force and fire thundercloud force were still invisible. Even with the help of Kirin bead, it would take at least a few days for them to recover. Xie, Ji warned Chi Yu. Now with the help of Kirin bead, he could restore the thundercloud force consumed when using Kirin arm in about a week. However, it was best to only use it once a month. After all, although the attack power of Kirin arm was terrifying, the burden it brought to his body was also very large. Therefore, before his strength was sufficient, he should use it as little as possible. Improving the thundercloud force was the most fundamental way to improve his strength. Chi Yu's performance in this operation had opened the eyes of the masters of the Yellow Flame Soul. Imperceptibly, they had a little more respect for him. Because the matter was over, they did not talk about the mission that day. Therefore, Hai Riyue and Su Dong only knew each other. They only thought that Chi Yu had helped the Yellow Flame Soul with the invisibility ability of Kirin. In the 3 days before leaving the Sun Nation, Dr. Guanping had been talking with Su Dong and Hai Riyue about the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. Under the detailed explanation of the two, he had gradually understood the meaning of the existence of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. He also gradually accepted this fact. Guanping decided to go to Tibet and meet Master Zagru after he returned to China and explained his scientific research results to the country. Beijing Airport, Yanhuang Republic. Walking out of the waiting hall, Chi Yu took a deep breath and said, "The air of the motherland is the most comfortable to breathe. Anywhere is better than home." Guanping, who had just been released from the Kirin bead in the bathroom, said with some depression, "Chi Yu, why didn't you explain to them just now?" Chi Yu looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Explain what?" Guanping said angrily, "Didn't you hear what people said when they saw us coming out of a partition in the bathroom? They actually said that we came down from Beibei Mountain. Can't you choose a better place? You know, there's nothing wrong with my sexual orientation." After listening to Guanping's words, the people around couldn't help but laugh. Even Hai Riyue, who had always had a cold face, couldn't help but smile. Chi Yu laughed and said, "Didn't a very famous person say that we should be lascivious to ourselves? Let others say it. It's good that you understand. Why do you care what others say?" Guanping knew that he couldn't win against Chi Yu, but when he remembered that Chi Yu was willing to risk his life to save him, he could only say helplessly, "I'll endure it." When these 3 words came out, everyone couldn't help but laugh even louder. 2 black off-road vehicles drove over from the side of the road in front of the waiting hall and stopped in front of everyone. Chi Yu's eyes lit up. Damn, Land Rover Range Rover. Another luxury off-road vehicle. Tianhun looked at the red light in Chi Yu's eyes and couldn't help but smile. "They're here to pick us up. Brothers Chi, are you interested in being a guest at our Yellow Soul headquarters?" One had to know that the Yellow Soul headquarters was a national secret organization. Tianhuan's invitation was enough to prove his recognition of Chi Yu. Chi Yu stole a glance at Hai Riyue, shook his head and said, "Forget it." Tianhun smiled and said, "Brothers Chi, the doors of the Yellow Soul headquarters will always be open to you. We're in a hurry to report back, so we won't stay any longer. I'll look for you in a few days. Let's go." As he said that, Hai Riyue and Su Dong greeted each other and got into the first Land Rover. The computer soul gave Chi Yu a thumbs up and said, "Brother, It's been a pleasure working with you. If there's a chance, let's go experience life together. If there's anything you need, just let me know. The experts in the Yellow Soul headquarters were all arrogant people, and they all had the right to be arrogant, especially the Computer Soul headquarters, which was a technology-oriented Yellow Soul headquarters. It was even more arrogant. Chi Yu had used his own performance to conquer his heart. Chi Yu chuckled and said, "Sure, if there's a chance, I promise I'll go experience life with you." The two of them exchanged a lustful look, and Fatso's computer, Soul, climbed into the car. "Sure, Bo, I'll be going too. If you can't find a place to stay, give me a call." This time it was Jida who spoke. He was a big man, and he was carrying the luggage of the Yellow Soul headquarters members. Today he called Sherbo very clearly. "All right, you can go now." Chi Yu was waving at Jida, but his other hand was held by someone. A warm and soft feeling made Chi Yu look down. The plant soul had unknowingly come to his side. A spiritual communication sounded in Chi Yu's mind. "Big brother Chi, can you lower your head?" Chi Yu was stunned, but he still lowered his head. The plant soul blushed slightly. Suddenly, she wrapped her arms around Chi Yu's neck and kissed him lightly on the cheek. "Thank you for your protection." With a simple sentence, the plant soul ran away quickly and got into the Land Rover behind. The warmth on her face stunned Chi Yu. Even Hai Ryue and Su Dong were stunned. Su Dong said teasingly, "Boss, you're not bad. You won't even let a little girl go." Hai Ryue glared coldly at Chi Yu. Her eyes seemed to say one word, beast. "I'm innocent. Don't misunderstand." Guan Ping patted Chi Yu's shoulder and said, "I'm leaving too. I'll contact Ryue later." "Chi Yu, men don't explain. Didn't you say that we're lewd? Let others say that." Looking at Guan Ping's moving back view, Chi Yu gave him the middle finger. F***CK, looks like you're getting along well with these yellow flame soul people. Hai Ryue looked at Chi Yu. She said coldly. Chi Yu shrugged. "My character is good. I can't help it." Hai Ryue rolled her eyes. Su Dong smiled and said in his soft voice, "Boss, you're so dumb." F***CKU. Can you say something else? "No. Don't you know what a catchphrase is?" Hai Ryue looked at the two men bickering. She subconsciously took a few steps to the side. She acted as if she didn't know them. A wretched-looking middle-aged man walked past her. He glared at Hai Ryue's full chest and said in a low voice, "Mississippi, do you need a ticket? I'll give you a business card." Saying that, he handed a card to Hai Ryue. Hai Ryue said coldly, "No need." The middle-aged man curled his lips and continued to walk forward. As he walked, he muttered to himself, F***A. It's so F***king big. Is there 2 volleyball in it? Although his voice was low, how could people like Hai Ryue, Chi Yu, and Su Dong not hear it? Chi Yu and Su Dong, who were teasing each other, looked at each other. The 2 bad guys laughed at the same time. Hai Ryue's face was pale. Before she could go berserk, Chi Yu and Su Dong quickly held her arm. Su Dong said, "Ryue, why bother with such a small fry?" Chi Yu agreed from the side. "That's right. Forget it. This guy really doesn't know how to talk. How can he use volleyball as a comparison? He really has no taste. At least it should be a football." Chi Yu. The scream attracted the attention of a lot of passengers around. Chi Yu crouched and jumped out. Hai Ryue stared at Chi Yu, who ran more than 10 meters away. The blush on her face was not because of shyness, but because of anger. She nodded to Chi Yu and said, "Well, hello. Let's wait and see." Chi Yu stuck out his tongue and said, "I'm so scared. Tyrannosaurus Rex, we have a deal. I found another Zodiac guardian. I've made up for my mistake. You can't deliberately make things difficult for me." Hai Ryue suddenly smiled and walked to Chi Yu with Su Dong. "Of course not. How can I take revenge in public?" Seeing that smile, which was like a blooming flower, Chi Yu suddenly had a creepy feeling. He suddenly found that it was better for Hai Ryue to keep a cold face. Her smile, on the contrary, made him laugh. Even the fear he had when he was on the plane disappeared because of her smile. A long Cadillac stopped in front of the three of them. Hai Ryue said, "Get in the car." It was Uncle Zhou who drove to pick them up. As soon as they got in the car, Chiyu hurriedly greeted Uncle Zhou. He respected this old man very much. Uncle Zhou frowned and looked at Chiyu. He said with some dissatisfaction, "Chiyu, you shouldn't have done this time. In order to find you, Miss almost turned the capital upside down." Chiyu glanced at Hai Ryue, who was sitting opposite him, and said in surprise, "Ryue, when did you care about me so much?" Hai Ryue snorted disdainfully and said, "Don't flatter yourself. I care about the future of the Zodiac Guardian. Who cares about you? Now you have been expelled from Qingbei University. I have investigated the matter clearly. If you want, I can let you go back there and make that girl disappear from the university." When Chiyu heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. Su Qing's beautiful face appeared in front of him. Hate her? No. Chiyu never had the habit of hating beautiful women. He had always thought that it was shameless for a man to fight with a woman. He sighed, shook his head, and said, "Forget it. Let bygones be bygones. Why ruin a girl's future because of me?" Hai Ryue looked at him with some surprise and said, "Then aren't you afraid that your future will be ruined?" Chiyu curled his lips and said, "I'm just a ruffian who didn't even graduate from junior high. Going to Qingbei University is just to get a diploma. What future can I have? Forget it. With your ability, if you want, you can easily find another school for me." Hai Ryue said, "I think you're not cut out for going to school. How about this? Don't you want to work and be self-reliant? Fine, I'll arrange a job for you. Start from the bottom." Chiyu's eyes lit up and said, "Okay, Sister Ryue, then you must arrange a company with many beautiful women for me. How about it? I heard from Ming that you control a large corporation. This kind of small matter shouldn't be a problem." For a beautiful woman, this was the first time he called Ryue sister. Chiyu was just casually saying it, but he didn't expect Hai Ryue to nod and said, "Okay, I will definitely arrange a place with many beautiful women for you." From her eyes, Chiyu clearly saw a trace of a smile and couldn't help but feel slightly uneasy. "Then where do I live?" Hai Ryue said, "Since you sneaked away this time, you will live in Longyu Courtyard. It will also be convenient for me to supervise you. Living there is no problem. Longyu Courtyard is a good place. However, you won't restrict my freedom, right?" Chiyu said tentatively. Hai Ryue snorted disdainfully. "Who are you to me? Why should I restrict you? As long as you are in the capital, as long as I can feel your aura, it won't be easy for you to get out of danger." Su Dong said, "What about me? I will stay in Qingbei. I feel that the environment there is very suitable for me." Chiyu laughed and said, You think that the beauties there are very suitable for you." Hai Ryue rolled her eyes at Su Dong and said, "Do whatever you want. I can't be bothered to care about you. However, you have to hurry up with your training. After all, there are less than 2 months until that day." Su Dong said with satisfaction, "Okay, that's no problem. When have I been lazy? Although I can't compare to your talent, dealing with some ordinary Eastern protectors is not a problem." Hai Ryue snorted coldly and said, "Don't look down on anyone, especially those Eastern protectors. You should have seen the Yen Huang Soul's people, that one called Heaven Soul, and the Plant Soul. Their energy aura is very strong. If the Eastern protectors also have their strength, they won't be as easy to deal with as you think, especially when it comes to some special abilities." Su Dong said, "Speaking of the Yen Huang Soul, I am really curious. Chiyu, looking at their appearance, they really respect you." "Chiyu, didn't I say that I have a good character?" "TSK, do you think I will believe that?" "Chiyu, whatever, it's up to you to believe it or not. Do you have any cigarettes?" I finished smoking a few days ago. The cigarettes in the Sun Nation are so hard to smoke. Quickly give me one. Hi Ryue. Smoking is not allowed in the car. Chapter 42. As night fell, Chiyu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the large green field outside the villa. He could not help but feel refreshed. Although this trip to the Sun Nation was full of dangers, the benefits he gained were undoubtedly huge. Not to mention how much the Yellow Flame Soul mission helped him gain combat experience. The benefits brought to him by the plane scare in the air were immeasurable. Although it was also the most dangerous time, he almost died in the lightning, but it was also that time that he entered a whole new realm. Although it was a little dangerous, the 9 blue sea thunder pearls were definitely worth the risk. Think about it, as a 4-cloud Kirin, his biggest weakness was that he needed to divert his energy to cultivate, but the 9 blue sea thunder pearls reduced the 4 types of thundercloud force he needed to cultivate to 2 types, which shortened his cultivation time by half. The original disadvantage had gradually developed in the positive direction. Thinking of this, Chiyu suddenly realized a problem and hurriedly called out to Xie in his heart. What now? Xie woke up from its deep sleep helplessly. Chiyu smiled and said, Brother Xie, there is something I don't understand. According to what you told me last time, if my strength reaches a certain level, the energy of the blue sea thunder pearl will be absorbed by me. Then I have 2 questions. The first is whether the blue sea thunder bead will be dangerous when I absorb it. The other question is, will I automatically absorb the energy of the blue sea thunder pearl when my strength increases? Xie said, according to my estimation, once your thundercloud force increases, it should directly absorb the energy of the blue sea thunder pearl. In other words, when your overall strength reaches the 1 cloud level, the thundercloud force and water thundercloud force will directly increase to the 2 cloud level. It should not be dangerous because the predecessor of the blue sea thunder pearl, the blue sea thunder pearl, was cultivated by the nether snake for 1,000 years. Its energy is very stable. With the protection of the water attribute energy, the blue sea thunder pearl will not bite you, provided that you do not actively mobilize its energy. Mobilize it? What does that mean? Chiyu asked curiously. Xie said, the blue sea thunder pearl has now become a part of your body. Naturally, you can use them. However, your current strength is too weak. If you mobilize them, it will certainly produce a destructive effect. It might even surpass the ultimate Kirin arm that you can use with your current abilities, but the result is certain death. No matter how strong Ink Kirin's recovery ability is, he won't be able to save you. Of course, Senior Nether Snake and I will also be destroyed. Therefore, even if you have to use Kirin's arm, do not use the blue sea thunder pearl. Do you understand? Chiyu said happily, I understand. Thank you, Brother Xie. The blue sea thunder bead is really a good thing. Of course it's good stuff. It's good for you. It's a pity that the results of my 9,000 years of cultivation have become yours. The deep-sea nether snake's indignant voice sounded. Xie said, Senior Nether Snake, this is a blessing in disguise. In fact, this is not a bad thing. Although the blue sea thunder pearl has merged with Chiyu's body and become a part of his energy, you are its former owner after all. Therefore, after the blue sea thunder pearl turned into the blue sea thunder pearl, didn't you also be affected and evolve? Although your cultivation has been greatly reduced, you have now changed from the water attribute to the thunder and water attribute. Under the effect of the thunder attribute energy, even if you are not in the sea, you can still exert 100% of your strength. This is the same effect as when you evolved into a 10,000-year vicious beast. The deep-sea nether snake said angrily, Bulsh *T. Although my strength on land is no different from before, my overall cultivation has shrunk to 1/10. Even if I return to the sea, I won't be able to make waves like before. My 9,000 years of cultivation. Chiyu smiled and said, You can't blame me for this. You volunteered, Big Brother Nether Snake. Anyway, you are my master. The appearance of the blue sea thunder pearl is an anomaly. Who knows what it will become in the future? When my strength reaches a certain level in the future, maybe I can return it to you. Don't be sad. Anyway, it's futile. Why not help me? I have always been good to my brothers. Nonsense. Do I have any other way now? How can I not blame you? If you didn't have time to provoke the thunder and lightning, I wouldn't have become like this. Even if the plane exploded at that time because we were above the sea, I could protect you. But you overestimated yourself and wanted to absorb the thunder and lightning energy, which made me suffer. It was unwise for the deep-sea nether snake to argue with a ruffian. Chi didn't even think about it and replied, "Of course it's still your fault. Did you tell me that you could protect me if the plane exploded? What's more, I was not the only one on the plane. There were hundreds of lives on the plane. If I had to choose again, I would still do the same." The deep-sea nether snake's energy fluctuated violently. Although he only had less than 1,000 years of cultivation left, his energy was still very terrifying. You only felt that the thundercloud force in his body was unstable, especially the 9 blue sea thunder pearls, which were rolling and rotating in his meridians. "Senior Nether Snake, please calm down. There is something you may not have noticed." Ji spoke again. The deep-sea nether snake was stunned and said, "What is it?" Ji said, "The heavenly thunder is the vital energy of heaven and earth. Although you contributed 9 blue sea divine pearls, it also took away most of the evil energy in your body from your body. In the process of transforming the blue sea divine pearls into blue sea thunder pearls, after being baptized by the righteous chi of the heavenly lightning, the evil chi in the blue sea thunder pearl was completely purified. Under its influence, your own energy will also be purified. Therefore, from your point of view, you are no longer a ferocious beast, but a divine beast." "Ah!" the deep-sea nether snake exclaimed. After a few seconds of silence, she said in a strange tone, "Oh my God! I really became a mythological beast. No wonder the Buddhist power emitted by the Sarira bead no longer affected me. Divine beast. Damn it, I actually became a divine beast, Chiyu. You monster, Chiyu laughed and said, "What's wrong with a divine beast? At least the name sounds better." "What's the use of a name? What I want is strength." Chiyu said, "I know you don't feel good. Losing 9,000 years of cultivation will not feel good. But things have become like this. What else do you want me to do? Also, I can't return it. Do you want to die with me? If that's the case, you won't release the blue sea divine pearls anymore. Why am I so unlucky to meet a bastard like you?" The deep-sea nether snake's anger obviously disappeared. In addition to helplessness, there was a deep sense of loss. Chiyu comforted. "Okay, brother nether snake, since you and brother Xiaji are both in my body, then we are one family from now on. You have been cultivating for so many years. Don't you feel lonely? Now that you follow me, you can see a lot of things you didn't know before. You are right. Even I feel that I am a monster. Since I am a monster, then miracles are likely to happen to me. Maybe in the near future, it is possible for your cultivation to be restored. After all, you have been cultivating for so long. Although you have lost the blue sea divine pearls, it does not mean that all your efforts have been in vain. I think what you should do now is to make up for your loss as much as possible." The deep-sea nether snake was silent. It seemed that she was moved by Chiyu's words. Ji said, "Chiyu, when you said that, I remembered something. One of the Kirin's octatic treasures has a special effect. It is also the second last treasure in the Kirin's octatic treasures. The biggest effect of this treasure is that it must be used with the messenger. Qilin's own energy could be channeled into the emissary's body, and the emissary would assist the Qilin. However, although the emissary could use the Qilin's energy, its mind was controlled by the Qilin. Once the mission was completed, the energy would return to the Qilin. This ability is generally not very useful. It is only useful when Kirin adapts to different environments. Yu said curiously. Brother Xie, can you explain it more clearly? I don't quite understand. Xie said, it's very simple. For example, you have two messengers. One is good at flying, and the other is good at water like the nether snake. Then, when you are in the air, you can input your own energy into the messenger through this Kirin treasure. In this way, you can exert the power of your Kirin thundercloud force to the greatest extent. It is the same in the water. Therefore, the name of this treasure is Kirin treasure, which means to help Kirin adapt to any changes in the environment. Moreover, after it is used, Kirin's body will be integrated with its own messenger. As long as the messenger is still there, Kirin's body will not be harmed. Therefore, Kirin treasure belongs to the defensive category of the Kirin artifact in the Kirin octadic treasures. However, this god artifact won't be as simple as just protection for you right now. Once you possess it, you'll be able to transfer the 9 Azure Sea lightning orbs into Senior Nether Snake's body. By then, Senior Nether Snake's strength will definitely not be any weaker than any 10,000-year-old feral beast. He's already very powerful with just his water element. Even though his strength won't double with the dual elements, I think it won't be much different. Really? Why didn't I know that the Kirin clan has such an artifact? Even the deep-sea nether snake couldn't help but be interested. Xie smiled and said, You are a vicious beast, how could you know? Any one of the Kirin octadic treasures is the top secret of the Kirin clan. If it wasn't for my ancestor being a servant of the Kirin king, I wouldn't know about it. However, Senior Nether Snake, you don't need to be happy. As I said, although the Kirin treasure can let Kirin inject his own energy, your mind will also be connected to Kirin's body, and you will be affected by Kirin's body. If you have evil intentions, then you will only be unlucky. The deep-sea nether snake smiled bitterly and said, You don't need to say it, I understand. Kirin will never make an artifact that is harmful to himself. However, I am already very satisfied to be able to get my blue sea thunder beads back for a period of time and let me relive their aura. As long as they can re-enter my body, it will be of great help to me to restore my strength. After all, they were originally mine. For me, the blue sea thunder beads are like the Kirin beads on Chiyu's body. Then where is this Kirin? Such a good thing must be found. Whether it is for me or Chiyu, it will be of great benefit. As long as the blue sea thunder beads can return to my body to assist me in my cultivation, the past will be written off. Chiyu said in surprise, Big Brother Nether Snake, how did you become so easy to talk to? The deep-sea nether snake said in a bad mood, It's not that I'm easy to talk to. You are right, my hard work for 9,000 years is not in vain. If the blue sea thunder beads can return to my body to assist me in my cultivation, I believe that in less than 1,000 years I can regenerate 9 blue sea thunder beads. Overall, it is worth it. If that is the case, although turning from a vicious beast to a divine beast will allow me to cultivate for thousands of years, it is a good thing for me. Do you know why there are so few 10,000-year-old vicious beasts in this world? Since the era of ancient beasts, it is not only the deep-sea nether snake race that has been working hard to cultivate. However, it is extremely difficult to rise to the level of 10,000-year-old vicious beasts. The main reason is because of the heavenly fire demonic tribulation after cultivating to 10,000-year-old. Of course, when divine beasts cultivate to 10,000-year-old, they will also face the same tribulation, which is the heavenly thunder tribulation. The two tribulations seem to be similar in terms of power. However, the heavenly fire demonic tribulation is more terrifying for the deep-sea nether snake race. Because we are of the water attribute, fire is the nemesis of water. If other vicious beasts have a 10% chance of surviving, we don't even have a 1% chance. My big brother encountered the 1% chance of surviving the tribulation and becoming a 10,000-year-old vicious beast. So he was too excited and launched the tsunami disaster. Who knew that it would attract a second heavenly tribulation? The heavenly fire demonic tribulation mutated into the heavenly thunder tribulation, which took his life. Although the strength of 10,000-year-old ancient beasts will obviously increase by a lot, it is easier said than done to break through this bottleneck. Chi-Yu suddenly understood and said, I understand what you mean. You are saying that after becoming a divine beast, when your cultivation reaches 10,000-year-old, your 9 heads will become one, and you will have to endure the heavenly thunder tribulation instead of the heavenly fire demonic tribulation. The heavenly thunder tribulation is easier to resist than the fire tribulation, because you are now of the thunder and water attribute, right? Yes, that is what I mean. That is why I said that cultivating for 1,000 more years is a good thing for me. After all, the possibility of becoming a super vicious beast after surviving the heavenly tribulation has greatly increased. Moreover, at that time, I will still be of the dual attributes. Among all the ancient beasts, I will definitely be one of the strongest. Chi-Yu smiled and said, You are wrong. It is a super divine beast. The deep-sea nether snake said, All right, whether it is a divine beast or a vicious beast, what I desire is great power. After 1,000 years, I guess you will be strong enough to let me out. How about this? As long as you can find Kirin and often transfer the 9 blue sea thunder pearls back into my body for my cultivation, before I become a 10,000-year-old divine beast, I will be at your command. This matter was only good for Chi-Yu, and there was no harm in it. Why would he not agree? The 9 blue sea thunder pearls were already his, and he could also have such a strong bodyguard. Why not? Chi-Yu, Kirin is something that can only be encountered by chance. It will depend on your luck. Well, someone is coming. You have to continue to cultivate. I will continue to cultivate with Senior Nether Snake. Xie Ji felt the aura coming from outside the door and warned Chi-Yu. Then it returned to its dormant state with the deep-sea nether snake. There was a knock on the door, and Hai Ryue's voice came from the communication device in the room. Chi-Yu, you are not asleep yet, right? Why? Beautiful. Do you want to sleep with me? Chi-Yu said teasingly as he went forward to open the door. Hai Ryue said angrily, Your mouth is really cheap. She did not know why. When she saw Chi-Yu's lascivious smile, she had violent urges. Of course, in her eyes, Chi-Yu's smile was lascivious most of the time. Chi-Yu made a gesture to invite her in. Come on, beautiful, come in and sit. As he said that, he invited Hai Ryue into the room. Hai Ryue did not sit down. After entering the room, she looked at the scenery outside the window like Chi-Yu did before. Although it was already night, with her and Chi-Yu's eyesight, they could still see the green grass. But with her and Chi-Yu's eyesight, they could still see the green grass. Chi-Yu walked to Hai Ryue's side and stopped. If it was another beautiful woman, he would definitely stand a bit closer. But for Hai Ryue, he was a full 2 meters away. Looking at this T-Rex from the side, Chi-Yu suddenly found that Hai Ryue was really beautiful. Beautiful enough to make people suffocate. When she was not angry, she was indeed the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Only that foreign language teacher at Qingbei University, Wen Ting, could be compared to her. Looking outside, Hai Ryue's eyes revealed a trace of indifference, and the lines on her pretty face became a bit softer. Chi-Yu, Ryue, you didn't come looking for me just to see the night view, did you? Your room should also be able to see it. Hai Ryue glanced at him and said, I will stay here today. Oh, stay here. Ah, what? What did you say? Chi-Yu stared dumbfoundedly at the beauty in front of him. He simply could not believe his ears. Hai Ryue looked at Chi-Yu with a smile that was not a smile. Chi-Yu's surprise seemed to make her very happy. I said, I want to stay here today. Then, what about me? Chi-Yu asked tentatively. Hai Ryue's gaze fell on the window again. She indifferently said, Of course, I will also stay here. Chi-Yu forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, Ryue, don't tell me you have a conscience and want to repay me with your body. Although this T-Rex was often very violent and always cold, He had to admit that she was the closest to a perfect beauty. Whether it was appearance or figure, there was almost nothing to nitpick about. Only her personality made Chi-Yu somewhat hard to accept. But to talk about sharing a bed with such a beauty, Chi-Yu was still very willing. He blankly looked at Hai-Fei. The lewd thoughts in his brain had already begun to operate. His lewd eyes seemed to have the ability to see through things. They constantly roamed around Hai-Ryue's body. "What are you looking at? Look again, and I'll dig out your eyes. You still want to repay me with your body? Who do you think you are?" Hai-Ryue couldn't help but blush when she said, "Repay me with her body." Chi-Yu was somewhat confused. "Then what is your intention?" "I don't quite understand," Hai-Ryue said. "My intention is very simple. I want to stay here. You also have to stay here. I will supervise your training." Chi-Yu was stunned. "Didn't you already give up on me?" Hai-Ryue indifferently said, "Did I say that? I don't remember." F***CK, you also know how to act shamelessly? Hai-Ryue flirtatiously looked at Chi-Yu. She smiled and said, "Acting shamelessly seems to be the exclusive right of a beauty." "Objection. If you stay here, how can I train?" Chi-Yu firmly opposed to Hai-Ryue living together with him. Living with a beauty was of course a good thing, but to be able to look at her without touching her was definitely torture. Moreover, the beauty in front of him was an active volcano. "Objection invalid. Don't you want to work in a company full of beauties? Then you must listen to me." Hai-Ryue grasped Chi-Yu's temper. She fearlessly said. Chi-Yu smiled bitterly. "Why do I feel more and more that you are the king of the Zodiac and not me?" Hai-Ryue shrugged her shoulders. "Think whatever you want. Do you think I want to be the king of the Zodiac? If you have the ability, I am willing to give it to you." Chi-Yu snorted. "If I am able to beat you, the first thing I will do is to—" "What did you say?" Hai-Ryue's face turned cold. Chi-Yu chuckled. "What? I didn't say anything. If you want to stay, then stay. Anyways, this is your place. But you must do what you promised me. I want to work in a company full of beauties." Hai-Ryue smiled again. She did not know why, but she seemed to be especially happy today. "All right, I promise to do it." Right at this time, Hai-Ryue's communication device rang. It was a special communication device that everyone in the villa had. Miss Lanya is here. Where do you want to meet her?" "N. Let her wait for me in the study room. I will go over now." "Yes." Hai-Ryue took a look at Chi-Yu. She smiled. "Do you want to come with me? The person that I called is your future superior. He is also the general manager of the company that you are going to work for." Chi-Yu's eyes lit up. "Just by the name, I can tell that she is a beauty. Of course I have to go. It is very important to build a good relationship with the superior," Hai-Ryue said. "Then let's go together. But if you want to leave a good impression on your future superior, you must pay attention to your eyes." "I know. Let's go." Chi-Yu could not help but look forward to it. What kind of company did Hai-Ryue arrange for me to work in? A model company. Thinking about it, it is not bad. Even if it is a nightclub. He followed Hai-Ryue out of the door, under Hai-Ryue's lead. The two of them walked towards the third floor. Hai-Ryue said, "I will do what you want, but from today onwards, you must not tell anyone that I am going to live with you. Furthermore, you must train with me every day." "Okay, no problem." Chi-Yu agreed immediately since he was training every day. He, who had never worked before, had already begun to look forward to his beautiful future life. Hai-Ryue's study room was on the third floor. It was not far from the huge room that she had beaten up Chi-Yu. Pushing open the door, Chi-Yu and Hai-Ryue walked in together. Chi-Yu's eyes were very sharp. The moment the door opened, he clearly caught sight of the only person in the room. Chi-Yu's gaze froze for a moment, but soon he was discouraged. It was not because the woman in the room was not beautiful. Inside the room, A beautiful woman dressed in professional attire was standing there. Her long black hair was dyed with a few strands of wine red, which added a bit of charm to her. Her figure was plump, but she had a slender waist. Her pair of bright eyes also happened to see Chiyu. The reason why Chiyu was discouraged was very simple. This beauty was beautiful, but her figure was too slender. She was actually half a head taller than Chiyu. Before Chiyu started his mission in the Sun Nation, he had measured his height in the office building. He was at least 185 meters tall. The speed of his growth surprised even himself. But this beauty in front of him was more than 9 meters tall. She was about 193 to 195 meters tall. God, even if she was a model, she shouldn't be this tall. Although Chiyu liked beautiful women very much, but facing a beauty with such an impressive height, he still immediately chose to give up. If he were to be together with a girl who was taller than him, that kind of oppressive feeling was not something he liked. "Hello, Director Hai." The beauty's voice was very pleasant to listen to. Furthermore, it sounded very gentle. Hai Ryue smiled slightly and said, "Didn't I say that when I'm not in the company you can just call me Ryue?" "Big sister, yeah. I'm really sorry to call you over so late at night. I just came back, and I need your help with something." Lanya nodded her head and said, "Are you talking about him?" As she spoke, her gaze had already landed on Chiyu's body. Hai Ryue nodded her head and said, "That's right, it's him." Lanya somewhat helplessly said, "Ryue, do you think that this job is really suitable for a man? You're really making things difficult for me this time." Chiyu smiled and said, "Hello, Manager Lan. There's no need to make things difficult for me. I can do anything. You can just arrange a job for me. It's a model company. You will always need a few people to do odd jobs. I don't mind." Hai Ryue held back her smile and looked at Chiyu and said, "Who told you that Lanya is in charge of a model company?" I saw that Manager Lan is so superior, I thought," Hai Ryue said. "No, your thinking seems to be wrong. Big sister, yeah, introduce yourself." Lanya smiled slightly and said, "Hello, Mr. Chi. Ryue has already told me about your situation. My name is Lanya. I am the general manager of Longyu Group's Finya Women's Underwear Limited Company." "Hello, Manager Lan. My name is Chiyu. I'm 185 tall, single, young, and handsome. Wait, what company did you say you are from?" Lanya still had a smile on her face, but there was a bit of playfulness in her eyes, and she repeated, "Finya Women's Underwear Limited Company." This company is the largest underwear company in the country, specializing in producing all kinds of women's underwear, occupying 40% of the domestic market share, and is currently developing internationally. The prospects are very broad. Chiyu looked at Hai Ryue with a strange look. "This is the company you want me to go to?" Hai Ryue said, "What? Are you not satisfied? Don't you want to go to a company full of beautiful women? All of Finya's employees are women, and there are currently more than 500 people in the headquarters in Beijing, and there is no lack of beautiful women." Chiyu looked at her sluggishly and said, "Then why do you want me to go to this company?" Hai Ryue smiled slightly, looked at Lanya and said, "Then you have to ask Manager Lan. Big sister, yeah, what kind of job are you going to arrange for him? He is still young, and I hope that he can hold a somewhat stressful job." Lanya slightly wrinkled her brows and said, "Ryue, but our company is full of women, and it is also a women's underwear company. I feel that it is not too appropriate to let a man come in." Hai Ryue said, "I don't feel that there is anything inappropriate about it. Now that Finya is developing internationally, there is a need to connect with the international market. I have investigated before, and there are many foreign women's underwear companies that have male designers. The reason is very simple. Isn't the beautiful underwear that women wear for their men to see? With a man's eyesight, it is naturally different from a woman's. Thus, there will be some special changes in the design, and I feel that what Finya needs now is this kind of change. But even if we are looking for a women's underwear designer, he should also have a certain level of professional standard. Lanya was obviously not too willing to hire Chiyu. Ryue said, "No, professionalism will instead easily restrict a person's creativity. I feel that we can let a person who has never experienced it try it, and perhaps there will be unexpected results." "Looks like Boss Hai has already decided," Lanya said somewhat helplessly. Ryue nodded her head and said, "Big sister, yeah, you have to believe in my eyesight." As she spoke, she looked at Chiyu with a ridiculing gaze, and it was obvious that she was trying very hard to not laugh out loud. Letting a grown man be a women's underwear designer was the best method she could think of to deal with this pervert. "Chiyu," Lanya sighed and said, "Ryue, I remember that you have once told me not to put the matters of my life into my work, and even more so, not to let my life affect my work. I hope that your decision is correct. How about this? Let him have a trial for 3 months, and his position will be a women's underwear designer. If he is able to successfully design a work that is recognized, then he can continue working. Otherwise, unless you replace me, I will definitely do my job properly." "Okay, it's settled then." Ryue smiled as she turned to Chiyu. In her opinion, 3 months' time was enough. "Chiyu, how are you? Are you satisfied with this job?" Chapter 43. What are you doing? Ryue looked at Chiyu with some vigilance. Chiyu grabbed Ryue's hand and shook it vigorously. "Ryue, you're really a beacon in the dark, guiding me a lost sheep. How did you know that this is the most suitable career for me?" "Thank you so much, Ryue. I find that you're becoming more and more adorable. Being a female underwear designer, this is a dream that I've always dreamed of but always felt impossible to achieve. I didn't expect that you would actually help me achieve it. Don't worry, I will definitely not embarrass you. I will definitely become a qualified designer." "Manager Lan, then when can I go to the market?" The two ladies present were dumbfounded as they looked at Chiyu, who was about to drool, and were speechless for a long time. Ryue had guessed many different reactions from Chiyu, but she had never thought that Chiyu would actually be so excited. Are you sure you want to do this job?" Chiyu actually knew that this job would bring him a lot of embarrassment, but when he saw Ryue's proud look, he naturally would not show any dissatisfaction. At this time, when he saw her surprised and unwilling expression, he could not help but feel happy and said without hesitation, "Of course, I'm sure. I love to accept challenges the most, especially this kind of novel challenge." Lanya was older than Ryue by 2 years, so she could naturally see that this man and woman in front of her had an unusual relationship. She said from the side, "Since Mr. Chi is so enthusiastic, then come to the company tomorrow to report. This is my business card. When you come, you can directly find me in the office. I'll have someone arrange a job for you." "Okay, thank you, Manager Lan." Chiyu took the business card in his hand and waved it in front of Ryue with some pride. "Ryue, if there's nothing else, then I'll leave first." Looking at Ryue's face that was gradually becoming gloomy, Lanya felt that it was better for him to leave first. Ryue took a deep breath. Calming the disappointment in his heart, he said, "All right, go back first and rest early." After Lanya left, only Chiyu and Ryue were left in the study room. "Why should I agree?" Ryue glared at him. Chiyu smiled and said, "Isn't this what you want?" "Of course, that's what I hoped for. Don't forget, I'm a gangster. I'm a ruffian. At least in your heart, I've always been. There were so many beautiful women in the company. What reason do I have not to go? All right, let's go back to our rooms. Aren't you going to supervise my cultivation?" After that, Chiyu walked out of the study alone. Looking at his back, Ryue clenched her fists tightly. "This guy, why does he always provoke my anger? If he wasn't Kirin, I would have punched him already." Chiyu felt great as he walked back to his room. He had always been thick-skinned. His face had always been very thick, and he was also a person who muddled along. He was not worried about what kind of situation he would encounter at work tomorrow. In any case, the probation period was only 3 months. At worst, he would just quit. Hai Ryue originally wanted to play with him. That's all. Since that's the case, then come. I'm a ruffian. Barefoot is not afraid of wearing shoes. Just as he walked back to his room, before he could even sit down, Hai Ryue had already followed him into the room. Chiyu found it somewhat funny and said, "Even if it's just entering the bridal room, there's no need to be so anxious." Hai Ryue coldly snorted. Floating up, she directly landed on the inside of the bed. Cultivate. Chiyu shrugged his shoulders. He naturally understood that when an active volcano was about to erupt, he could not be provoked again. Without saying anything more, he sat down cross-legged 1 meter away from Hai Ryue. Perhaps because of the churning anger in her heart, Hai Ryue's breathing was somewhat unstable. Her full breasts fluctuated up and down with her breathing. From the small fluctuation range, one could see how bouncy the full Twin Peaks were. I really want to try it. Chiyu secretly swallowed his saliva, thinking of the dragon claw that he had just comprehended not long ago, and then looking at Hai Ryue's cold face, he dispelled the idea in his heart. Hai Ryue didn't open her eyes. Are you going to keep looking at me like this? If you don't look at me, how do you know I'm looking at you? What are your pair of thieving eyes doing? Although I can't see it, I can feel the fluctuation of breath in your body. If you dare to fantasize about me again, believe it or not, I will make you unable to be a man in this life. You don't have to be so ruthless. Chiyu subconsciously covered his treasures. Hai Ryue coldly said, "Less nonsense, cultivate." Okay, I will cultivate. Chiyu glanced at Hai Ryue and couldn't help but feel a little proud. He had been hiding his strength in front of Hai Ryue and didn't tell her how much progress he had made, so that one day in the future he could see Hai Ryue surprised to find that he had become stronger. Once he thought of the possible results he could get from this pig-eating tiger. He immediately happily cultivated. Chiyu closed his eyes, but Hai Ryue opened her eyes instead. The moment Chiyu closed his eyes, she clearly felt the man's breath in front of her turn from scattered to orderly. His body was full of vitality and domineering breath, like a huge whirlpool, attracted the rising dragon art thundercloud force in her body. Even without deliberately circulating it, the speed of the thundercloud force's advancement had already increased by a lot. This was the first time Hai Ryue observed Chiyu so closely. Looking at this ordinary face in front of her, she couldn't help but feel a little lost. Compared to the first time she saw him, Chiyu's shoulders seemed to be broader, and he also seemed to be more muscular. His figure gradually grew taller, making him look more like a man than a boy. Although his appearance couldn't be said to be handsome, but for some reason, every time she saw him, she would have a different feeling. From the initial disgust to less disgust, and then to the current habit, he seemed to be constantly changing. Every time she saw him, she would have a novel feeling. It seemed to be an invisible charm, unrelated to Kirin's breath. It was just that after the combination of appearance, tone, and other characteristics, Chiyu naturally formed a special charm. Even Hai Ryue couldn't tell what kind of feeling this was. She only knew that if it was in the past, when Chiyu said he wanted to sleep with her in the same bed, she would probably have already made a move. But now, she didn't have the slightest intention of doing so. She didn't know when it started. She had already begun to pay attention to protecting Chiyu's dignity. Chiyu didn't know all this. He entered the state of cultivation very quickly. Perhaps this had something to do with his ruffian habits. It was obviously much easier to mobilize 2 thundercloud force with his mind than to mobilize 4. When the thundercloud force completed the first cloud cycle in a short time, he had already entered the state of meditation. Green and red lights hovered in his body. After using Kirin's arm, it wasn't until today that the fire attribute, thundercloud force, and the wind attribute, thundercloud force, reappeared. But Chiyu found that these two thundercloud force recovered very quickly, and each cloud cycle would produce a clear change. Kirin's 8 treasures. All of them were the most precious treasures in the world. The Kirin pearl could be ranked third. Naturally, he had his reasons. The auxiliary role of Kirin was actually not fully clear even to Xiaji. After it communicated with Qiyu's body, as Qiyu's strength increased, its role was also constantly increasing. Early the next morning, when Qiyu woke up from a deep sleep, he was surprised to find that his wind and fire thundercloud force had recovered by 70%. The wind and fire thundercloud force reappeared. It was only one night. It had only been 4 or 5 days since he used Kirin's arm. Qiyu didn't know that the reason why he was able to punch the Dark Level Soul Eater that day was mostly due to the Blue Sea Thunder Pearl. Because the lightning attribute, thundercloud force, and water attribute, thundercloud force in his body were extremely abundant. When he used Kirin's arm, the lightning and water thundercloud force were obviously released more than the wind and fire thundercloud force. The thundercloud sound and fire thundercloud force had a restraining effect on the evil attribute energy, so the panicked Dark Level Soul Eater couldn't resist in front of the overbearing Kirin's arm. After using Kirin's arm, the 9 blue sea thunder pearls quickly filled up Qiyu's thundercloud force and water thundercloud force, while the wind and fire thundercloud force were released relatively less. Therefore, it was still easier to recover. However, as Xiaji said, the use of Kirin's arm when his strength was not enough was not only related to the thundercloud force, but also to Qiyu himself. When Hai Ryua watched Qiyu eat the 14th fried dough cake, she finally couldn't help but say, "You must have been a pig in your previous life." Qiyu was busy stuffing food into his mouth, holding an egg in one hand, and said vaguely, "Then what are you? A sow? Do you want to die?" I didn't hear you clearly." Uncle Zhou whispered to Hai Ryua, "Miss, will he spoil himself by eating like this? He has already eaten 14 fried dough cakes, 90 eggs, 6 bowls of soy milk, and 7 bowls of wonton. This is almost the amount of food eaten by 7 or 8 people." Hai Ryua said grumpily he's stuffed to death. While saying, she also glanced at Qiyu's still flat lower abdomen. This morning, when she woke up, her mood was much better. The reason was very simple. Last night's cultivation was actually comparable to her previous 3 or 4 days of full-strength cultivation. The auxiliary effect of Kirin's aura on the Zodiac Guardian seemed to be stronger than last time. The improvement in strength naturally made the Tyrannosaurus Rex feel a lot more comfortable. Last night's matter no longer bothered with Qiyu, and even took the initiative to ask him what he wanted to eat. In terms of food, Qiyu was definitely a traditional Easterner. He didn't like to drink milk, but preferred the traditional breakfast of soy milk, fried dough cakes, and tea eggs. When he was in the Sun Nation, he hadn't had a good day. Now that he was back, how could he not eat? Besides, he didn't have to pay for breakfast. When Qiyu swallowed the 10th tea egg and drank the 7th bowl of soy milk, he said contentedly, "There's only one word to describe this feeling. Our Yanhuang country's food is still more to my taste. The food in the Little Sun Nation is really disgusting." Hai Ryua snorted and said, "I'm going to work. I'll get Uncle Zhou to send you to the company later, but this is also the only time I'll let you know the way. When I get back, I'll get someone to buy you a bicycle. You can ride it to work every day. It's also a form of exercise." After saying that, she left without looking back. Today, Hai Ryua was wearing a sky blue professional suit and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. If Qiyu didn't know her well, he would definitely think that she was a high-ranking, white-collar worker. He had to admit that Hai Ryua in uniform was extremely attractive to any man. But roses had thorns, and they were dragon thorns. "Qiyu, why do you eat so much?" After Hai Ryua left, Uncle Zhou sat down beside Qiyu. Qiyu laughed and said, "Teacher Zhou, I'm still growing. If I don't eat more, how can I get more nutrition? Let's go. I'll have to trouble you to send me. Is Fenya company far? Uncle Joe thought about it and said, It's okay, about 30 kilometers. F***CK, 30 kilometers. Then why did she ask me to ride there? Doesn't she know that riding a bicycle is not good for the lower part? Uncle Joe smiled and said, That refers to ordinary people, but you are not. Miss is right. It's always good to exercise more. Although Chiyu also thought that Fenya Women's Underwear Company Limited should not be small. When Uncle Joe drove him to a 30-story building, he was still full of surprise. Uncle Joe, don't tell me that this building belongs to Fenya. Uncle Joe smiled and said, To be precise, it belongs to Longyu Group. Miss also works here. I thought she would come with you, but I didn't expect that she would ask me to send you alone. Because Fenya is all women, they are arranged to be on the 26th to 29th floors. Below them are the other companies of the group. The 30th floor is the office of the group's senior management, and ordinary people can't go up. Miss is there. Take this business card. Miss's phone number is here. You can call her if you need anything. Chiyu took the plain white business card and said with a lascivious smile, Teacher Zhou, your last sentence is very ambiguous. Uncle Zhou was stunned at first, but then immediately understood and scolded with a smile. Kid, your head is full of semen. Chiyu smiled and said, I also want to, but it's impossible. Thanks, Teacher Zhou. After saying that, he got out of the car and tidied up his only decent clothes and went to the Longyu building. Today was his first day at work. In order to leave a good impression on the beauties of Fenya Group, Chiyu specially found a shirt that Hai Ryu had bought for him not long ago and paired it with a pair of jeans to work. In his opinion, he was dressed very formally, but he immediately became an exception when he entered the Longyu building. Needless to say, the women were different. From entering the building to getting on the elevator, all the male staff he saw were wearing well-ironed suits, and all of them looked very hurried, as if they were very nervous about work. Compared with them, Chiyu was more like a sightseeing than a job. F***CK, do I have to dress so formally? Chiyu secretly thought in his heart and directly pressed the number 26 on the elevator. He was the only one in the elevator. When the elevator door was about to close, a clear and somewhat urgent voice came. Wait a minute. Chiyu quickly pressed the button to open the door, and a figure rushed into the elevator with a fragrant wind. Thank you. Chiyu looked at the person who rushed into the elevator, and the other party was also looking at him. It was a girl who didn't seem to be much older than Chiyu. She wore a pink mid-length skirt that made her look like a lady, and a white shirt with a large collar. The collar of the shirt was laced with lace, revealing a bit of her fair skin, but not much. It was a very conservative attire. Her hair was very long, and even if it was combed in a single way, it could reach her waist. It was Chiyu's favorite long hair. It was exquisite. Although it was not extremely beautiful, it looked very pleasing. Chiyu calculated in his heart and immediately calculated that she was about the level of desire to impulse. She was a very good little beauty. The girl was also looking at him. She seemed to be a little curious about Chiyu's dress. Hello, thank you for your help. Please press the button for the 26th floor. Hey, why are you also on the 26th floor? Did you press the wrong button? Chiyu maintained a smile on his face and said, No, we did not press the wrong button. I also want to go to the 26th floor. It seems that we are really fated. After interacting with Su Dong, Chiyu increasingly found that maintaining a smile in front of a beautiful woman was definitely a very good way. As he met more and more beautiful women, he had already become somewhat immune. His hooligan habits also gradually changed from being exposed to being restrained. On the way here, he had thought clearly that today was his first time coming to work, so he must leave a good impression on the female staff of Fenya. No matter what, he still had 3 months, and there was still a lot of time. Oh, then you must be our Fengya's client. The girl suddenly said. Chiyu shook his head and said, No, I am here to work. What? You said you are. Work. My position is a designer. Chi-Yu said in his heart. Here it comes. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared. The girl's gaze gradually changed, and Chi-Yu could clearly feel it. She seemed to be looking at a pervert and could not help but smile and said, Don't worry, I did not come down from the back mountain, and I am not a pervert. My sexual orientation is very correct. Do you think that men cannot be women's underwear designers? Fengya is now moving towards internationalization, so we need to add in our men's vision and more fresh elements, so that we can occupy a larger share in the market. Therefore, your company hired me to be a designer. He still remembered the general meaning of Ryue's words yesterday, and now it was a good time to show off. The girl listened to Chi-Yu's words, and the expression on her face relaxed a little and said, Don't misunderstand. I have no other intention. Welcome to join Fengya. We will be colleagues from now on. While saying that, she stretched out her right hand to Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu was somewhat reluctant to let go of her soft little hand, but for the sake of his future, he tried his best to reduce the amount of time he held her hand. With a tone that he thought was very gentlemanly, he said, Thank you. Ding. The elevator was very fast and had already arrived at the 26th floor. The girl smiled and said, My name is Lulu. I am from the company's administrative department. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. Okay, Chi-Yu said, but his eyes were already staring straight. Is this a women's underwear company? Going up to the 26th floor, the first thing he saw was an extremely spacious hall. At the position closest to the elevator, there was a front desk, and behind it were two eye-pleasing female receptionists. This was naturally not the reason why he was surprised. What surprised him was that although this 3,000 square meters hall was divided into many partitions, one could see a lot of wooden models placed everywhere in the hall. The models were wearing a variety of dazzling lineup of underwear. The colorful colors and the novel style made Chi-Yu's eyes open. Just like what Lanya had said, there was not a single male employee in this company. The female employees were all busy with their own work. Some of them gathered together to discuss. Some of them were looking at something in front of the computer. Everyone was doing their own work. All kinds of women's underwear could be seen on the table in front of every staff member. Chi-Yu subconsciously covered his nose. Please don't have a nosebleed. Oh my God, this is simply too cool. If these female staff members directly wore these sexy underwear, it would be even more perfect. Sir, may I ask what can I do for you? A voice awakened Chi-Yu from his sluggishness. Lulu had already disappeared, and the one who spoke to him was a female receptionist. The standard smile on her face had a trace of teasing feeling, but there was no surprise on her face. Obviously, she had seen a lot of people like Chi-Yu before. Ah, I am here to work. I am looking for Manager Lon. The female receptionist was stunned for a moment. What did you say? Work. You. Chi-Yu took a deep breath and hurriedly calmed down his agitated mood. Revealing a trace of a smile, he said, Yes, I am the new underwear designer. May I ask if Manager Lon is here? After the female receptionist fell into a sluggish state for 2 seconds, she said somewhat absent-mindedly, Ah, here, wait a moment. She picked up the phone in front of her and simply pressed a few buttons. The other female receptionist beside her looked at Chi-Yu with a completely different gaze. Chi-Yu secretly smiled bitterly in his heart. I can't possibly explain to them one by one, right? Whatever. Let them think whatever they want. Hello, Manager Lon. There's a gentleman who said that he is here to work. Oh, okay. After hanging up the phone, the female receptionist said to Chi-Yu, Sir, please follow me. While speaking, she walked inside. Chi-Yu followed beside the female receptionist. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of most of the women in the entire working hall. In this place, men were definitely a rare animal. For a moment, the topic of Chi-Yu suddenly became a topic of discussion. Women always have some gossip. This saying was absolutely true. Although Chi-Yu's skin was very thick, being stared at by hundreds of eyes, He could not help but feel his scalp tighten. In his heart, he silently said, "It will be fine. Everything will be fine. It will be fine once I get used to it." In order to reduce his own embarrassment, he said to the female receptionist beside him, "My name is Chiyu, haven't you asked?" The female receptionist glanced at him and said, "My name is Guaning, the company's front desk." A few simple words. She seemed to be unwilling to say anything more to Chiyu and quickened her pace. The two walked to the other side of the working hall. Chiyu saw another elevator. This elevator obviously did not have this one below. No wonder the highest elevator he took just now was to the 26th floor. It seemed that this was the only way to go to a higher floor. Guan Ying pressed a few times on the password keypad at the door of the elevator. The elevator door opened, and the two of them walked in. The elevator went up to the 29th floor. The receptionist pressed the button to open the door and said, "Mr. Chi, you can go straight inside. The general manager is in the innermost part. There is a sign above." "Okay, thank you." Chi walked inside. The 29th floor was very quiet. Unlike the 26th floor, this floor was filled with offices, and most of the office doors were closed. He kept walking until he reached the end of the corridor. He saw the sign for the general manager's office. He knocked lightly on the door and waited for a reply. "Who is it?" Lan Ye's voice came from inside the room. "Manager Lan, I'm Chiyu. Oh, come in." Chiyu pushed open the door and entered. Lanya's office was not as big as he imagined. It was only about 30 square meters, and the side facing the door was completely made of glass. There were no walls, and it was completely made of glass, so the lighting in the room was very good. Lanya sat behind a wide office table, and her gaze landed on Chin Hai. "You came. Please take a seat." She made a hand gesture to Chiyu, picked up the phone in front of her, and dialed a number. "Manager Zhao, come over here for a moment." "Chiyu." "Manager Lan, when can I start working?" Lanya said, "Feng Ye has always been known for her high work efficiency. Since you are already here, then you can start from today. I will ask Manager Zhao from the Personnel Department to make arrangements for you." "Mr. Chi, may I take the liberty to ask, what is your relationship with Miss Hai? Please don't misunderstand. I don't have any other intentions. It's just that I rarely see Miss Hai interacting with men, so I am somewhat curious." Chi went into a daze for a moment and said, "Me and her? We can be considered as ordinary friends. If Ruiwa doesn't interact with men, then how is she going to do business?" Lanya smiled slightly and said, "Do you think that Miss Hai still needs to personally go and discuss business with others? What's more, business partners are business partners. You should understand what I mean." Chiyu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Manager Lan, don't misunderstand. Hai Ruiwa and I are indeed just ordinary friends." Lanya looked deeply at Chiyu. Are they really just ordinary friends? She had never seen Hai Ruiwa have such a complicated relationship with a man. Moreover, according to what Hai Ruiwa said, the man in front of her was currently living in the Dragon Field courtyard. Lanya and Hai Ruiwa were not only superior and subordinate, they were also very good friends. Naturally, she wanted to know more about it. Feng, your company's work efficiency was indeed high. The two of them had only exchanged a few words when someone knocked on the door. "Please come in." Lanya turned her gaze to the door. A middle-aged woman walked in from the outside. She looked to be in her 30s and was similarly dressed in business attire. Although she could not be said to be beautiful, she looked very shrewd and capable. Upon entering the door, she slightly nodded to Lanya and said, "Manager Lan." Lanya smiled and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chiyu, who came to work at Feng Ye Company. This is our Feng Ye Company's Human Resources Manager, Ms. Xiao Zhua." "Manager Zhao, I've told you just now. Please arrange the employment procedures for Mr. Chi. Everything will be done in accordance with the company's system. From today onwards, he will be our company's probationary employee." Half an hour later, when Chi walked out from Feng Ye's Human Resources Department on the 29th floor, he could not help but admire Hai Ryue a little more. The Human Resources Department's work efficiency was very high. Moreover, Feng Ye's employee benefits were also very good. Although he was only a probationary employee, he still had a monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. At the same time, after handling the payroll card, they would directly transfer 5,000 yuan into the installation fee. Of course, the requirements were also very strict. When working in the company, one must wear a suit. Chi Yu was the first person in Feng Ye to have such requirements. After all, he was the only male in the entire Feng Ye Women's Underwear Company Limited. He took the elevator back to the 26th floor. Just as he walked out of the elevator, he heard some noise in the office area. The man who went up just now is said to be working in our Feng Ye. My God, there is actually a man who wants to work here. It's so funny. Yeah, I see. That man must have come down from Beishan. I just heard that the Human Resources Department has already called the Design Department. It is said that his position is a designer. My God, designer? Could it be that they want a man to design women's underwear? So perverted. Don't say that. I think it's also not bad. Isn't it good to have a man in the company to adjust the atmosphere? Although he is not very handsome, he is not hateful. Chi Yu stood at the elevator door for a full 3 minutes. The disturbance in the office area was actually caused by him. It seemed that this job was really not that easy to do. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He bit the bullet and walked to the design department in the office area. As soon as he appeared, the previous noise suddenly quieted down. Feeling the somewhat scorching eyes, Chi Yu's face suddenly became a little stiff. In his heart, he thought, this time it is too big. Although he likes beautiful women, but to be stared at by so many women, it is really... Chi Yu walked to the office area with the logo of the design department. He adjusted his mentality and said to a staff who was peeking at him, "Hello, may I ask who is the design department manager?" Ah, the girl who was sitting there and peeking at Chi Yu obviously imagined that she would speak to her. She suddenly panicked. "You, what did you say?" Looking at her panicked look, Chi Yu couldn't help but feel funny. Why did she seem to be more nervous than him? I said, "Which one is the design department manager?" "Oh, over there in the innermost workshop." There was a circle of offices around the office area. The position she pointed at was one of the larger ones. "Thank you." Chi Yu nodded to the girl. Watching him turn around and leave, the girl patted her chest and muttered to herself, "That really scared me." The door of the design department manager's office was open. Chi Yu walked outside and knocked on the door a few times. "Can I come in?" After saying the last word, his eyes were already a little dull. "You, how could it be you?" Inside the office, a beautiful woman was busy typing something on the keyboard. Hearing Chi Yu's voice, she turned her eyes over. When she saw Chi Yu, she couldn't help but be stunned.